Chapter 12:26. In the ice-cold starry sky, Yi Fan was silent. He was sending off the human demon and was going to watch him leave into the distance. The human demon carried a string of golden crows and a purple-scaled old dragon on his back. He turned around and gave him a look. He waved his hand and then used the golden chains to seal himself. He tore open the void and carried out an eternal exile. "Senior!" Yi Fan shouted from behind. The human demon gave him one last look and entered the ice-cold void. He entered a passageway that led to who knew where and was about to reach the limits of the dark cosmos. His condition was sometimes good and sometimes bad. He had not truly broken free from the god during the day and the demon at night predicament. He could only travel far away, or else it would be a disaster for Big Dipper. After this separation, it was unknown when they would meet again. The human demon wanted to ask the heavens, but there was no result. That meant that he would fall, and he wouldn't even be able to care about the path of immortality. Cultivating both the Great Yin and Great Yang was a dead end. It was difficult to reach the peak of glory, and it was possible that he would walk step by step into the abyss of hell. However, the human demon had no choice. Ever since he stepped on this path back then, there was already no turning back. He could only advance and advance. He exiled himself into the depths of the cold cosmos and eternally drifted on this path alone. There was a 90% chance that he would wither and die in the darkness. The primal chaos dragon nest was covered by an ancient great emperor's killing formation. No one could enter, and immortal medicines couldn't be obtained. The curtains were drawn on this battle. Great waves rose and fell in the Big Dipper and the 5 regions. The world was restless and the 4 seas were shaken. Everyone was discussing this matter. The 10,000 dragon nest had been removed from this world. This was a huge uproar. No one had expected this kind of result. The human race's holy body and the human demon descended into the archaic imperial ancestral land and eradicated this race. The Qianluan great sage had died, and his corpse had been taken away to become food. This was like a legend. No one dared to believe it. Inconceivable, it's too shocking. That was the great sage of a generation. A magnificent archaic imperial ancestral land disappeared just like that. These were the words people spoke the most. The entire world was discussing this. This matter was too great, and it couldn't be hidden even if they wanted to. Moreover, who would try to hide it? The news had already spread throughout the 5 regions. Quite a few archaic king races were frightened stiff, feeling a type of fear. That was a great emperor race, yet they were flattened just like that. Even though everyone knew that the people of the nest of 10,000 dragons had left, and that it wasn't a true genocide, it was still too shocking. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that this was a rare event since ancient times. It's the human saint physique again. The eyes of some of the aboriginals flickered with ferocious light. They hated Yi Fan to the core. Last time, Gai Juyo had displayed his prowess and wiped out the saints of the primordial 10 clans. This time, it was also because of him that the human devil had appeared and descended upon the nest of 10,000 dragons, causing them to suffer a destructive blow and causing Qianluan to perish. Some people's hatred towards him rose to the extreme, wishing to kill him as soon as possible. However, they didn't dare to act rashly. First, there was Gai Juyo, and then there was the human devil. This was truly a type of great deterrence. Great. The human race was stirred up. Many people cheered loudly. During these past few years, they had all felt rather stifled. Only recently did they feel as if their breathing had become much smoother. Good kill. How delightful. Even a great imperial family has been eliminated. I want to see how the radical giants of the aboriginals will dare to take the risk again. Everyone knew that this battle was no small matter. From a certain perspective, it had pacified the next few decades or even centuries of chaos. Who would dare to bully and humiliate the human race now? After experiencing several great calamities, extraordinary human experts had appeared one after another. The aboriginals couldn't see through the depths of the human race, so they definitely wouldn't dare to act rashly again. This battle had definitely broken one of their powerful and terrifying bones. Even the imperial family was killed without hesitation, let alone the other races. If the battle continued, it was possible that some of the great ancient races would be wiped out. The nest of 10,000 dragons. This is an enormous race that has produced ancient emperors and an extreme imperial weapon to suppress and protect them. Back then, no one dared to disobey them under the heavens. Yet, they were defeated and forced out of the Big Dipper. Many people of the Aboriginals were resentful, and their anger towards Yi Fan soared. Of course, with so many races, it was impossible for them to be a monolithic block. The people who were resentful were still the radical great races from before. In reality, after so many years, many races had dealings with the human race, and their relationship wasn't ordinary anymore. Sooner or later, I will kill the human race's sacred physique. Not to mention the ancient race's saints, even many of the younger generation were gnashing their teeth and swearing. This was a powerful kind of hatred, and it was used as motivation. And now, the human race's sacred physique was famous throughout the world. There really weren't many people who could kill him. As for the younger generation, they were close to despair. The human race is incredible. We can't touch him, we can't touch him. The elders of the ancient races were disappointed. This battle had set the tone for the future. No one would joke around with their lives. Unless the path of immortalization opened, there would be a long period of peace in the future. There would be no more disputes. If not for the fact that the human-demon situation was fluctuating, Yi Fan would even want to fight another ancient royal family. That way, no other race would dare to act recklessly. Unfortunately, the human demon had exiled him into the lonely universe. He didn't know if he would have the chance to meet again in this life. Yi Fan muttered to himself, "You guys are lucky in the Fire Qilin cave." Of course, Yi Fan was deeply aware of this battle. His hatred was off the charts, and there was no ancient race expert who didn't want to kill him. The human race was naturally happy. This battle had turned the situation around, and they didn't have to worry anymore. Of course, they also knew Yi Fan's situation. Many of the human race's sacred physique have been sacrificed. From that year until now, he has been provoking the ancient races and putting himself in danger. His life is in danger. That's true. Some of the ancient kings definitely don't want him to continue living. One day, they will secretly attack him. Everyone knew the impact of this battle. Most of them felt that he had done a great job. But there was also a small group of people who slandered him in private and spread rumors. No matter when, this was unavoidable. This was how human nature was. Even gods couldn't be acknowledged by everyone. There were also demons. Didn't we just wipe out the nest of 10,000 dragons? Why do we have to do this? This is stirring up disputes for no reason and making the ancient races hate us. This is indeed the case. Haven't the disturbances calmed down recently? Even if there are undercurrents, it isn't a large-scale slaughter. Why did we have to wipe out the nest of 10,000 dragons? In my opinion, that Yi Fan wants to be in the limelight and make his name known in Big Dipper. He really doesn't know what he's talking about. A small group of people discussed like this. They had all sorts of thoughts and didn't recognize the effects of this battle. Instead, they slandered Yi Fan in every way possible. There were even people who wrote a declaration to punish Yi Fan. They felt that their writing was brilliant, their literary talent brilliant, their sentences beautiful and splendid. This naturally caused a storm. Someone shook his head and said, "When the path to immortality opens, I hope they can still say this and get close to the ancient races." Yi Fan shook his head when he heard this. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to these things. Now that he had dealt with Big Dipper's matters, he was preparing to set off and participate in the most powerful trial. He invited the monkey, GZ, and the others to go as well. At the same time, he suggested that the Celestial Court migrate and temporarily leave Big Dipper to escape this most terrifying vortex in the universe. They would return when necessary. The opening of the path to immortality might be the greatest change in the history of the world. Participating without strength was simply courting death. When the time came, who knew what kind of supreme beings would appear? Both Saint Ape and GZ considered setting off, but they had to postpone it because they had their own matters to deal with. It might happen at the same time as the Heavenly Village's relocation. A small group of people from the human race targeted Yi Fan and made friends with the ancient race experts. In the end, they were ignored. In the end, a group of people were devoured, causing a farce that ended without a conclusion. We've lost. Many of the pathfinders we sent died on the Eternal Lord planet. They were killed by the experts there. A shocking piece of news spread and exploded in the Big Dipper star region. Many ancient race experts were furious. They didn't get a single bottle of evolution fluid and even lost some people. We figured out their strength. There are Saint Kings, but we haven't seen the Great Sage. Their battle armor is really special and can increase their strength by a large amount. A mothership escaped and brought back detailed information about the Eternal Lord planet. The description of the evolution fluid's divine effects was very specific. This caused many great races to be unable to sit still. An expedition to the Eternal Lord planet. This became the focus of discussion. Many great races wanted to send out troops to seize the evolution fluid. They analyzed the information carefully and felt that killing their way into the ancient star region wouldn't be a problem. They would reap great rewards. On this day, the most powerful king and imperial clans of the ancient times held a secret meeting to prepare for the expedition. They began to dispatch manpower. At the same time, the heavenly village was also in full swing. As expected, the Black Emperor had extremely high attainments in Tao patterns. He had deciphered most of the Star Door's secrets and combined it with the formation platform. Long-distance travel could be realized. Even without the mothership, we will be able to cross the sky in the near future and visit ancient stars one after the other. He was full of confidence. Yi Fan was also about to set off and undergo the most powerful trial in history. He wanted to become a saint and face the changes that would come after the path of immortalization opened. I'll be the vanguard for you guys. There's no need for the heavenly village to be high profile. Just slowly move there and recuperate in secret. A few days before Yi Fan set off, he had used some methods and channels to spread his whereabouts. He was going to the outer region and step onto the ancient starry sky path towards the Eternal Lord planet. He dares to leave this place. Without Gai Juyo, Wei Yi, or the human devil, who can protect him? Let's go and kill him. The ancient races learned of this and many people showed off their abilities. If they met there, they definitely wouldn't let Yi Fan go. There were even some people who directly threatened to chase him down and kill him in outer space. Oh, are we going to leave Big Dipper? This is a good opportunity. The power of the green copper cauldron is obvious. It's because of it that it was able to resist the 10,000 Dragon Bell. If we can kill the human race's holy physique, then the cauldron will belong to us. Correct, there's something wrong with the divine will within this cauldron. If we really subdue it, it's the same as obtaining an extreme Tao Emperor weapon. Its value is immeasurable. Many people found it hard to describe with words. Their hearts were about to boil. Once Yi Fan left Big Dipper, that would be a good opportunity for them to kill him. This wasn't limited to the ancient races. Even the saints from outer space held the same mentality. They wanted to kill Yi Fan in the starry sky at all costs. There's a path to heaven, but you refuse to take it. There's no way the heavens won't forgive you if we don't kill you. The Golden Crow army arrived again. An old ancestor said coldly and also wanted to chase after him. We can cooperate with the ancient races and have them provide us with the coordinates. We'll take the ancient starry sky path and don't have to ride the Cosmos mothership, said the saints from outer space. He's too arrogant. He actually dares to do this. Let's go as well and find a chance to seize the evolution liquid. If we can kill him and obtain the cauldron, that'll be even better. There were also cultivators from the human race who muttered like this. These were the people from the 4 symbols holy lands and the 9 heavens holy lands. These days, the matter of slandering Yi Fan was mainly due to them adding fuel to the fire. Not long ago, when they annihilated the 2 ancient dynasties, they had formed enmity with Yi Fan. That mountain elf from the 9 heavens holy lands and another powerful ancient spirit also set off, walking together with the saints from outer space. Yi Fan, this is too risky. You've lured so many enemies away. If you get caught, you might be consigned to eternal damnation. In the heavenly village, the sacred prince, Dongfang Yi, Li Tian, and the others persuaded him. Even the killing Saint Chi Luo came out of seclusion to send him off. No matter, I know what I'm doing. Everyone, I'll leave first. Yi Fan controlled a mothership and rushed into the sky. He entered the depths of the cosmos and then began to jump through space. Of course, before he left, he did some things that attracted the attention of the saints, who chased after him in a frenzy. Chapter 12:27. The pitch-black cosmos was dotted with stars. They were like diamonds embedded in a black cloth, drawing out specks of brilliance in the coldness. Even knowing the coordinates of the Eternal Lord's star wouldn't allow him to reach it in one step. The star door had its limits and was unlike the five-colored altar, which needed to pass through the cosmos many times before arriving. This journey wasn't a lonely one. The saints chased after him and wanted to kill him. During this half a month, he traveled through the starry sky and saw many enemies. He wasn't in a hurry to enter the Eternal Lord's star field. He traveled through an unfamiliar star field and left behind some clues. Swoosh! A brilliant golden light streaked past. That was the saint of the Golden Crow race. He pierced through the unfamiliar sky and disappeared into the darkness. Some saints were extraordinary and actually had strange, secret weapons that allowed them to travel through the cosmos with their bodies. An artifact made from the Quasi-Emperor's divine feather can tear apart the cosmos. After locating the coordinates of a short distance, it can be used for travel. What a divine item! Yi Fan had been observing the Golden Crow for the past few days and was deeply astonished by the weapon made from the feather. He guessed that it might have been made from the feather of the Quasi-Emperor who killed the roar. A roar like that of an ancient dragon shook through the divine sense. It actually resounded through the pitch-black star field and reached this place. It was a black primordial giant venomous beast that crushed a small planet. Beside it was a mountain elf and a spaceship. This was a strange combination. The mountain elf from the Nine Heavens Holy Land and the black venomous beasts from the Four Symbols Holy Land were all sealed during the primordial era. They traveled together with the technological Saint-grade spaceship. It was truly strange. Yi Fan's heart jumped. He saw another group of enemies. They appeared out of nowhere in the dark cosmos and walked out from the realm gate. It was a black stone plate with fresh blood flowing on it. It had yet to dry and looked terrifying. It was 5 meters in diameter and carried 2 people in black clothes. They appeared without a sound. Then, the stone plate beneath their feet disappeared, sucked into one of their bodies, disappearing without a trace. What kind of stone plate is this? It can be used to traverse the universe and even follow them. Yi Fan's eyes burned with passion. This was the first time he had seen such a supreme treasure. The 5-colored altar of the great ancient emperor, the divine altar of the ancient emperor, and the stargate of the Eternal Lord Star were the few shortcuts that he knew of that could penetrate the universe. He didn't expect to find another one today. However, that black stone plate was extremely inauspicious no matter how one looked at it. The patterns were mottled and ancient, blood dripping from its surface, flowing along the ancient markings. It belonged to the saints outside this region. This is the 6th batch of people. It seems that there are quite a lot of people chasing after me. Some are after the green copper cauldron, and some are purely after my life. Yi Fan's eyes flashed. In the past half a month, he had carefully observed every batch of enemies and treated them with caution. He believed that the Real army had yet to arrive, or that they would only meet on the Eternal Lord planet. That was because the ancient race army had another goal, which was to conquer the Eternal Realm and obtain the evolution fluid. After Yi Fan took control of the mothership, he had long since become proficient in controlling it. He continuously moved in circles, advancing who knew how far in the pitch-black cosmos. If he relied on flying alone, even a saint wouldn't be able to cover this distance in a few hundred lifetimes. He passed by ancient lands one after another, hoping to leave some people's eternal homes in this desolate cosmos. At the same time, he was also exploring. After taking control of this saint-grade mothership, he had never traveled through the cosmos so happily before. He didn't know how many strange ancient lands he had passed by. Suddenly, a terrifying aura spread from the distant star domain. It was as if a starry river had collapsed, and it was like a flood that overflowed the heavens as it rushed over. The Saint-grade ancient ship was actually swaying, almost falling down. It made people feel stifled and uneasy. What was that? Yi Fan revealed a serious expression. There was a powerful energy fluctuation in the foreign star domain ahead, and it actually penetrated into the cosmic sea. His mothership had Great Emperor Wuxia's heaven-deceiving formation patterns, so it couldn't be exposed. He concealed his aura and searched forward. Powerful life energy, there's an ancient life star ahead. Yi Fan rushed forward and arrived before long. This was an unfamiliar ancient star domain. It was bleak, grand, and ancient. There was also a type of emotional fluctuation. It was like a surging great river, like a hurricane sweeping through 10,000 mountains, sweeping through everything. The sadness contained a type of exceptional tyranny. It really is an ancient life land. Yi Fan was convinced that there was definitely an enormous star in this star domain. It might not be inferior to the Big Dipper's life land, and it was just ahead. Finally, he rushed to the center of the fluctuating region and actually saw an incomparably shocking scene. There was a giant there. He stood in the cosmos, and it was unknown how tall he was. He couldn't see the end, and his head reached the depths of the cosmos. His feet stepped on the boundless netherworld. Beside him, stars curled up, and the sun and moon rotated. This was an unimaginable celestial body, and it wasn't just many times larger than the sun, moon, and stars. Ho! He opened his mouth and roared. It was actually a heavenly river that poured out in torrents. It made people speechless, and they didn't dare to believe this reality. This was a creature, but it was even larger than a star. It stood in the star domain and looked down on the world, showing disdain for all things in the cosmos. What was this? Could it be a deity? This was too shocking. The fluctuations of his divine sense were too vast, and it actually spread to this unfamiliar star domain. It made people want to bow down and worship him. It was boundlessly terrifying. What kind of terrifying existence was this? What realm had he reached? The strands of patterns extended out, making him the center of the ancient star domain. The primal chaos energy covered half of his body. This should be a man, vigorous and powerful. As the cosmos mothership rose, the upper half of his body could be seen. His black hair draped over his shoulders like a river of stars. That's right, even the stars were between his hair. They weren't as large and long as this person. This made Yi Fan speechless. He had never been as shocked as he was today. What kind of person was this? He had traversed the endless desolate star domain, but he couldn't even find a single life star. Yet here he saw a deity who could crush a star domain. Yi Fan felt a supreme great Tao that made him, who was on the verge of becoming a saint, suffocate. If the green cauldron didn't emit multicolored light, this mothership would have split apart. It was too terrifying. No wonder he could feel the life aura of this unfamiliar star domain from such a far distance. It was just one person, yet it was so intense. Yi Fan steered the spaceship and circled around him. From the side of the giant deity to the front, he didn't dare to disturb him. He knew that such a powerful existence might have discovered him. If that was the case, it would be better to be generous and watch from a distance with respect. However, when he came to the front and saw the face from a great distance, he was dumbfounded. He couldn't accept this fact. His body was sturdy and powerful. His black hair was like a waterfall that was as long as a river of stars. He was full of shock. However, his face was covered in blood. His frontal bone had been completely shattered, and the white bone was sparkling and dripping with blood. His eyes were closed, filled with endless sorrow. His entire body was motionless as he stood there. Dead, he actually died. Yi Fan was in a daze. His immortal foundation was shattered, and his white bones were sparkling. Blood dyed his entire face. Even his primordial spirit had withered away. There was no way he could have been alive. But what was that whistling sound just now? It transmitted to every corner of this star domain. How powerful was it? Yi Fan was incredibly bewildered. Could it be that what he saw before his eyes was no longer his true body? Everything was Tao marks, and everything he heard and saw was a Tao law projection left behind by the past? How powerful of an existence was this? Why did he fall here? Why did such a thing happen? This unfamiliar star domain was filled with his Tao laws. Yi Fan carefully observed and was even more shocked. Above the head of this giant corpse, there was an ancient star. Endless profound mysteries were displayed there, as if millions and millions of creatures had been born there. There seemed to be many people who were in grief. Why is it like this? He used the mothership to scan and carefully observed. He obtained a conclusion that shocked even himself. That was originally a giant ancient star with life, yet it was now deathly still. Just how many tens of thousands of years ago did this happen exactly? For it to become such a bitter land now. Shio. A beam of golden light flashed past. A golden crow appeared. It followed the traces left behind by Yi Fan and chased them all the way here. Its body was trembling uncontrollably. If it wasn't for the golden divine feather in its hand, perhaps its body would have already cracked apart. Heavens, what did I just see? The old golden crow cried out in alarm. It wasn't too far away from Yi Fan, and its terrified divine will could be sensed. Quasi-Emperor, it said in a trembling voice. During the ancient era, a supreme being appeared in the golden crow race. He walked out from the divine nest and looked down on all living things. He was revered by that part of the universe. At that time, he was still very young. He had personally witnessed the unparalleled glory of the golden crow quasi-emperor. The divine feather in his hand was bestowed by that emperor later on. Correct, he was a quasi-emperor. He wanted to defy the heavens, but in the end he failed to prove his Tao and fell here. The old golden crow was trembling, but his eyes were blazing with brilliance. This was a Tao land, an unmatched precious land. In the distance, Yi Fan was shocked. This was a quasi-emperor, not an ancient deity, nor was it the great emperor he had expected. Yet, he still had this kind of natural and miraculous performance. It was too shocking. This is a Tao law magical projection. Even though the body has fallen, the Tao hasn't been erased, preserving the scene of that day. He failed to prove his Tao, implicating the ancient star he was born in. Just like him, it reached the end of its life. This golden crow was trembling in fear, but there was also hope in its eyes. This place was too important for cultivators. During the ancient era, I was fortunate enough to witness the scene of my race's emperor trying to prove his Tao. He also entered the cosmos and stepped into the netherworld. The sun, moon, and stars revolved around him, and heaven and earth were split open. I will never forget it for the rest of my life. The old golden crow muttered to himself. He thought of many things. Yi Fan was shocked. The quasi-emperor was actually so strong and amazing. He failed to prove his Tao, implicating an ancient star that was comparable to the Big Dipper and Ziwei, turning it into a land of death. Too strong. No wonder since ancient times, the number of great emperors can be counted on one's fingers. Even a quasi-emperor is like this. How shocking! Yi Fan's heart was pounding. He immediately thought of Gai Juyo. This old man had once reached this height, but after his blood energy dried up, he fell back down. When a quasi-emperor went crazy and raised his strength to the end realm, such a magical projection would appear, making all living beings revere and tremble. Yi Fan shuddered. What kind of Tao was this person trying to prove? He actually implicated an ancient star, causing the ancient land that gave birth to him to die. No wonder there are such sorrowful fluctuations. Is he regretting it? An entire ancient star, billions of living beings were buried along with him. The motherland that raised him has been destroyed. This is simply unbearable. Yi Fan sighed. At the same time, he was like the golden crow. The light in his eyes was shocking as he stared at the dying ancient star. He wanted to descend there, and perhaps there would be heaven-defying rewards. Chapter 12:28. The quasi-emperor's corpse towered into the depths of the cosmos. His head was above the 9 heavens and his feet stood on the 9 underworlds. The sun, moon, and stars revolved around him. When he opened his mouth, a celestial river hung in the air. Such a scene would shock the world. Anyone who saw it would feel their legs trembling and their hearts trembling. His thick black hair was comparable to a river of stars. His bronze-colored skin hadn't decayed even after tens of thousands of years and was still flickering with luster. The quasi-emperor's magical artifact, where is it hidden? Even though that golden crow was trembling, he was also incomparably excited as he stared at the corpse. That was an incomparably precious divine artifact. Perhaps it could allow him to pry into the supreme profound mysteries of the Tao. It was because this majestic corpse died because he had corroborated the Tao. Yi Fan also understood the importance of this place. It was incomparably precious. A quasi-emperor had fallen here, and it must have condensed the mysteries of heaven and earth. Those who had the ambition to corroborate the Tao would all go crazy. Was he a corpse or a manifestation of Tao laws? Why did he look so real? That blood-stained face and tightly shut eyes contained boundless vicissitudes and sorrow. It was too lifelike, as if he had just lost his life not too long ago. Primal chaos swirled about. The quasi-emperor's corpse seemed to have failed to split the heavens and earth apart, ending his life here, falling from the peak of glory into the abyss. More people are coming. Yi Fan noticed that another group of people had arrived. They were all hiding in the darkness and didn't dare to act recklessly. Because this place was too terrifying, even ancient saints would tremble with fear when they came here. But not a single one of them retreated because they all knew how precious this place was. Rumble. Suddenly, a rumbling sound rang out between heaven and earth, shaking the ancient saints so much that their souls almost left their bodies. All of their faces turned pale as their bodies trembled. This gigantic quasi-emperor's corpse moved. Boundless Tao patterns retracted as his body shrunk, gradually returning to a single point. Was he going to transform into the Tao? The entire constellation started to tremble, emitting a desolate aura. This corpse grew increasingly blurry as all the heavenly laws were retracted, gathering towards a single point. This point was none other than his frontal bone, which was also his immortal foundation. It's indeed a Tao law aspect, not the real quasi-emperor's body. The golden crow said while trembling. He was an ancient saint, yet he couldn't endure this kind of fluctuation. His entire body cracked, and with a cry of pain, he turned into a streak of golden light and fled into the distance. Yi Fan also silently retreated, staying far away from this place and observing silently. The Dharma laws left behind by the quasi-emperor were truly too terrifying. Just the ordinary surging aura wasn't something an ordinary person could withstand. The rumbling great Tao shook the ancient star region. It was as if it came from the beginning of the universe. It was so loud that even the deaf could hear it, and it gave people signs of enlightenment. Yi Fan sat cross-legged in the mothership, listening attentively and comprehending with rapt attention. He further consolidated his Tao fruit and figured out the Tao marks in the world. Boom! Finally, with a final loud bang, the gigantic quasi-emperor's corpse dimmed. The myriad of Tao laws fused into the corpse's white frontal bone. Even though that place was shattered and dripping with blood, it was still the ruler of the Tao, becoming the final resting place. In the end, the quasi-emperor disappeared. He turned into strands of Tao light and scattered into the cosmos. Among them, the most stunning beam in the frontal bone was like a celestial river, directly entering the ancient star above his head. That was once a source of life, but because of him proving the Tao, it reached its end and became a dead star. Now, there was absolutely no vitality. The cosmos quieted down and completely returned to a deathly stillness. There wasn't the slightest bit of sound, only darkness and coldness. There wasn't a trace of abnormality anymore. Only that former source of life was a bit strange. It recorded the sorrow of the past, narrating a great disaster in the ancient times. Swoosh! A streak of light quickly pounced towards the ancient star, its speed reaching the extreme. This was clearly a saint who wanted to search for the supreme secret of this ancient star. Yi Fan was just about to move, but he stopped again. Someone had moved later but arrived first, whistling over from the depths of the cosmos. His divine sense was astonishing. This was definitely an expert. His figure was slender and sturdy, his white hair scattered over his shoulders, and he carried a black sword on his back. He arrived in the blink of an eye, his powerful aura oppressing. He entered the ancient star first. When his cold gaze swept across the cosmos, it made people feel a sense of oppression, as if they had fallen into an ice house. Yi Fan's mind moved. This was an extremely terrifying figure. He wasn't the one chasing after him, so where did he come from? Why did he suddenly appear? It was precisely because of this that he didn't act rashly. This was too terrifying. This was an unfamiliar star domain that had been turned into a land of death for many years. How could there be an expert crossing over here? He could walk through the cosmos alone, so he was definitely an exceptional figure that made one's scalp go numb. Otherwise, how could he dare to do this? Yi Fan was sure that he hadn't seen him before, but the Golden Crow, Mountain Elf, and the others who chased after him didn't know. They thought that this person came from the Big Dipper like them, following the clues left behind in the starry sky for the life of the green copper cauldron and the human race's divine physique. Swoosh! That golden crow also moved, rushing towards the dead star. It turned into a streak of golden lightning and arrived in an instant. 7 or 8 figures rushed over, descending towards the enormous ancient star. They all wanted to search for the Quasi-Emperor's magical artifact and other historical remains on the ancient star. This kind of enormous ancient land of life might have given birth to great ancient emperors in the past. If there were emperor weapons left behind, then it would be even more terrifying. This might be an enormous natural opportunity. Everyone had this kind of thought. Finding an immortal weapon or ancient scripture would allow their race to rise up and prosper for tens of thousands of years. Yi Fan also arrived, but he didn't descend. He used the Cosmos Mothership to scan the surroundings, observing everything below from every angle, observing these people. The mountains collapsed, the vast sea dried up, the ancient caves cracked, and the walls were in ruins. This was a ruined land with nothing left. Not even a blade of grass grew, and the land was scarlet without borders. Back then, the Quasi-Emperor's Tao fruit was too strange. He had never heard of an ancient star being implicated after failing to verify the Tao. The Tao he cultivated was extremely extraordinary and strange. Yi Fan carefully scanned the ancient star with the Cosmos Mothership. Finally, he discovered a speck of light on the ancient star, as well as the only abnormal place. There was a stone tablet there, and it was actually over 10,000 zhang tall. It was carved from a piece of crystal stone, inserted into the ground. There was an enormous mountain of similar height there, grand and majestic. This ancient star used to have many majestic great peaks, but they were all broken. Apart from this one, none of them were completely preserved. Something's not right. This mountain's shape looks so strange. It looks like a great tomb. Yi Fan was shocked. A 10,000 zhang tall stone tablet, a 10,000 zhang tall tomb, just how tall and grand was this? It was truly shocking. However, he already saw the scene the Quasi-Emperor left behind when he fell in the past. Now that he saw these things again, Yi Fan wasn't that shocked anymore. He quickly calmed down. The giant tomb was completely dark red, as if it had been soaked in blood and watered by the blood of all living beings to create such a scene. Even the soil around it had become dark, and the Yin energy was extremely dense. The white-haired man wasn't old and was only about 30 years old. He stood in front of the giant stone tablet, silent and motionless. The mountain elf, the giant centipede, and the others searched in different areas, but in the end, they couldn't find anything. They also approached the giant tomb one after another. The mountain elf's body was withered, and the light in its eye sockets was lush green. It muttered to itself, "This giant tomb has a spatial formation. I wonder how vast it is inside. Could it be the tomb of an ancient emperor? There must be a divine treasury inside." It ascended the giant tomb and landed on it, wanting to find the entrance. However, at this time, it discovered a pair of cold eyes that pierced into its heart like a knife. The person was coldly looking at it. What do you want to do?" It was a dignified saint-level expert that looked down on the world, but at this moment, it trembled after being stared at by this gaze. Its body and heart were both afraid. With a clear and cold sound, the cold white-haired man pulled out the black heavy sword on his back and slashed down from tens of thousands of feet away. The mountain elf was furious. It circulated its magic power and summoned its Tao soldier, using all its strength to attack and block this attack. However, this was futile. The black heavy sword fell, and its Tao soldier, God rules, and secret techniques all collapsed. Its body was split into two. The saint was dripping with blood, and its primordial spirit was annihilated. The two halves of the bloody corpse fell to the bottom of the giant tomb. Powerful, terrifying cult. Yi Fan quickly made an evaluation. This person was definitely an extremely dangerous person. With just one sword, he had split a saint-level mountain elf in half. It was as insignificant as killing a mosquito. Not long after, there was another piercing sound. 4 saint-level characters rushed over from different directions and landed on the dark red giant tomb. They also wanted to explore. However, what awaited them was another metallic sound like a dragon's roar. The cold white-haired man pulled out the black longsword again and swept it across. Miserable screams rang out at the same time. The 4 ancient saints were all cut in half at the waist. The upper and lower halves of their bodies were separated, dripping with blood. It was a tragic sight. They couldn't even block a single attack from this person. Very soon, their sorrowful cries also stopped. This was because after one sword attack, their bodies were broken and their primordial spirits were also shattered. They died a violent death. Yi Fan was in the outer realm and saw everything clearly through the mothership. He sucked in a breath of cold air. This person's danger level was directly raised to 5 stars. With just one sword attack, 4 ancient saints died at the same time. This tomb has buried the sorrow and grief of an entire ancient star. Millions and millions of creatures have been buried here. How could it be a place for you all to trample on? Cold words were released along with the wind. He was cold and unapproachable. Not long after, a golden light split the void and landed here. The golden crow appeared, holding a golden divine feather of quasi-emperor. It seemed to be very careful. When it turned around from behind the giant tomb and saw the white-haired man, its heart immediately tightened. "Friend, who are you?" "God." The white-haired expert only spat out this word. There was a kind of dignity in his indifference as if he was looking down on the world. "God?" The golden crow swallowed a mouthful of saliva and couldn't help but take a few steps back. It was somewhat afraid. This person's words were either peerlessly terrifying or extremely conceited and dangerous. Meanwhile, after seeing this scene, Yi Fan in the outer realm shivered. The word, God, was very strange. It made him think of the organization he had heard about in the Eternal Star Domain. They hunt down all the experts who have walked the ancient path of the stars. They are extremely terrifying. This was the description of this organization in the 9 messages left behind by Jianghu. Apart from this, the people of the Eternal Lord Star also changed their expressions as they talked about this organization. Given his performance in the Eternal Star Domain, where he had defeated a saint-level mothership and fought against an ancient saint, the other party had wanted to test him at first before inviting him to join. This was definitely a mysterious and terrifying organization. And this person in front of him directly called himself a god. Could it be that there was some connection between them? The powerful golden crow clearly felt that something was wrong and turned to leave. However, the white-haired man's cold gaze instantly caused the golden crow to freeze. Boundless killing intent rushed into his body as if there were 100,000 heavenly swords pressing against his body. He didn't dare to move at all. The god made a move. He didn't kill the golden crow, but instead restrained him from tens of thousands of meters away. The golden crow screamed and struggled violently, but it was like an ant trying to shake a tree. It was completely useless. The god pointed a finger at the golden crow's forehead and read his memories. He said to himself, "You came from the Big Dipper. This saves me a lot of effort. I just happen to be going to shatter the path of immortality." When the god released his hand, the golden crow had just rushed into the sky when the quasi-emperor's divine feather it was holding suddenly reversed and split the golden crow in half. Then, with a flash of golden light, it rushed to the ground. A golden tail feather landed in the hand of the god. He said to himself, "A quasi-emperor." Chapter 12:29. A single golden divine feather represented a strand of the quasi-emperor's aura. Even though it could only be considered a strand of hair, it was still world-shaking. Opposing ancient saints normally wouldn't dare to grab it like this. The deity's expression was like an eternally unchanging ice. There was no joy, anger, sorrow, or joy, only indifference. He held it between his two fingers and looked at it again and again. In the distance, the giant centipede's hair stood on end and its body trembled. It was the mountain protector divine beast of the four symbols holy land. It just happened to see the golden crow die and immediately turned around to flee. It had never felt such fear before. It had only seen a similarly terrifying man in the desolate era, and it knew that it definitely couldn't be defeated. Shio. The white-haired male shook his hand, and the golden divine feather flew out and tore through the air. The ancient centipede cried out loudly, and its enormous body shot out countless divine chains of order and all types of ancient weapons. The result couldn't be changed. A flower of blood splashed out as its head was pierced through by the golden divine feather, and its primordial spirit was killed. An earth-shaking roar of grief sounded. It was extremely unwilling, but its eyes lost their luster and became deathly gray. It smashed into the dust like a collapsing mountain. At the same time, a second miserable cry sounded. Not far away, another saint's forehead was pierced through by the golden feather, and he fell into a pool of blood. The white-haired male's expression didn't change at all after flinging out a golden feather and killing two saints in succession. It was as if he had just done something insignificant. There are no quasi-emperor magical artifacts or secret treasures here. There is only sorrow and grief. I don't wish for anyone to disturb me. The deity's cold voice resounded through the spacious dead star. After speaking, he rose into the air and entered the star domain. He turned into a streak of lightning and rushed into the depths of the cosmos, precisely in the direction of the Big Dipper. Upon closer inspection, one would be horrified. This was a terrifying speed that reached the limit. He would disappear one moment and then reappear the next. His body became more and more indistinct, and in the end, his body directly tore apart the cosmos and rushed into the cold and dark unknown. How powerful was this person? It was hard to estimate, because he didn't release his own aura. However, from the fact that he could easily kill several ancient saints with a single strike, his strength was absolutely shocking. Moreover, he could rely on his flesh to cross the sky. A deity with a 5-star danger coefficient. Yi Fan looked at his back and pondered. The Big Dipper Alliance was really going to be in chaos. All sorts of heaven-defying and mysterious characters were gathering. There would definitely be a great battle of the ages in the future. That would be the most terrifying place of turmoil in the entire star field. It was unknown how much blood would be shed, how many bones would be piled up, and how many people would die. A black stone disk appeared. Its patterns were modeled and blood flowed about. It opened up a realm gate, and then two black-clothed individuals walked out. They descended onto the Death Star. Very soon, they discovered the giant tomb. After searching for a while, they found nothing. There were countless white bones in the tomb, and the deathly aura was extremely heavy. There were no magical artifacts. Yi Fan sighed. The quasi-emperor had failed to prove his Tao. Perhaps he had left behind some valuable things, but they had all been taken away by others. The deity from before clearly had a close relationship with this planet. Otherwise, he wouldn't have protected the giant tomb like this. He even passed by this place and specially came to pay his respects. God, if I step onto the ancient trial path of the strongest, I might encounter it again. Yi Fan muttered to himself. In the boundless universe and boundless starry skies, there were countless stars. However, ancient lands of life were extremely rare and almost impossible to find. Yi Fan had crossed who knew how many star fields he had searched in detail. However, not to mention a life star, he couldn't even find any traces of life. If he hadn't seen the sages from the outer realms and knew that there were ancient lands of life like Huasong, Tongtian, North Star, and Flying Immortal, he really would have suspected that the universe was barren. 20 days later, a boundless star emitting an earth-shattering aura of life surged out from the depths of the star field. This signified that Yi Fan had once again descended upon the eternal star field. After several months, Yi Fan came to the eternal Lord Star again. He sensed an unusual atmosphere. All the major races were preparing for war. Tianyuan City was the most famous main city on the eternal Lord Star. It was located in the central ancestral land. Dragon ridges rose and fell around it. It was grand and majestic, and draconic chi rose up. In the western half of the city, there were rows upon rows of skyscrapers that reached the clouds. It was very modern, and spaceships could be seen taking off and landing from time to time. In the eastern half of Tianyuan City, it was a completely different scene. There were majestic watchtowers and ancient palaces. It was like an ancient phoenix city. Many buildings were suspended in the sky. This was a huge city that was a combination of modern and classical architecture. The population was in the tens of millions. The godly Blue Castle will start a large-scale auction tonight. The blood of a holy beast is going to be sold. It's priceless and can increase the overall power of a clan. Oh, it's really tempting. That's a holy beast. If we can extract the divinity and holy power from its blood, the bloodline of a clan will be strengthened many times. In front of an ancient castle in the Eastern District, many people were watching. There was a huge billboard there, and the screen was showing some of the items to be auctioned. The street was wide, and Yi Fan walked along the ancient stone road. He looked at it seriously for a while, and his expression was quite strange. The holy beast blood that the godly Blue Castle was auctioning actually came from the ancient race. It was an ancestral king. He was killed in the last battle. Because he had a pair of antlers and a body that was taller than humans, he was recognized as a holy beast. The arrogance and conceit of the people of the Eternal Lord Star was evident. They even regarded the dignified ancestral king as a kind of beast. The high and mighty ancestral king of the Northern Dipper had fallen to such a state. It was a kind of sorrow. Not long ago, the experts who had explored this place first obtained a great victory and were invincible. In the end, 2 days later, a peerless expert appeared and killed them all. Oh, speaking of which, that demonic god and the indestructible golden body are really not good. The Northern Dipper is full of wild beasts and holy beasts. It's a terrifying place. They actually dared to be so despicable and lured the people of the Eternal Lord Star into a trap. That's right. In the end, that group of holy beasts attacked. Fortunately, Saint Luan Feng took action, or else there would have been a bloody disaster. The Northern Dipper is a very terrifying place. It's said that there are even higher-level holy beasts there after searching their divine senses. Perhaps they will attack. Do they think our Eternal Lord Star has no one? Didn't Luan Feng and the other peerless experts say that in the future, that place will become a hunting ground for those who want to prove their Tao? There are endless resources of holy beasts there. This is just a form of encouragement, hoping that the later generations will rise up, who can prove their Tao and become an ancient godlike existence. Yi Fan listened to the discussions of the people and gradually understood some of the effects of that battle. The end of this battle had alerted the people of the Eternal Lord Star, and they were no longer arrogant. He walked along the street and saw a few famous and ancient auction houses. They were also auctioning the blood, bones, and horns of holy beasts. In the last battle, almost all the ancient race members had fallen and were divided among the major powers. Some people took out parts of the flesh they didn't need and auctioned them. In the depths of the starry skies, within a giant mothership, the ancient race's true army had arrived several days ago. Not a single one of them was weak. They secretly understood a few things, and many people's faces became ashen. My great strength bull demon race has been treated as a holy beast? An ancient king with a robust body and a pair of black horns on his head said angrily. His ox nose was almost crooked from anger and was spitting out white smoke. The ancient race was so proud, yet they were now treated like wild beasts. Very good, they look down on us so much. Even the bones of my Blood Phoenix Mountain's ancient saints are being auctioned and treated as a holy bird. If I don't flatten them this time, I will end my own life here. An ancient king of Blood Phoenix Mountain said to himself. He was an archaic imperial race that was normally high and aloof. He was born with a human body, and even though some of his clansmen had bird characteristics, he still couldn't be humiliated into beasts. These were all powerful ancient races that looked down on the human race. Now, they were being looked down upon by the creatures of another ancient star. This truly made them furious. Enemy attack! Loud alarms sounded all over the Eternal Lord Star, and every great race made preparations for war. Yi Fan was also startled. He looked up at the sky, but he didn't see any saints descending. There were only battleships rising into the air. We haven't found any traces of the enemy, but it's rumored that several great families have lost their motherships. There are actually 8 of them in total. It must be the holy beasts attacking again, but this time, they are very cautious and didn't appear immediately. They left a path of retreat for themselves. Don't worry, peerless experts like Saint Luan Feng have always been waiting for them to appear. It's rumored that the divinity condensed in the blood of these holy beasts can be extracted and turned into a main ingredient to refine the evolution fluid. Everyone was discussing, and a tense atmosphere pervaded the eternal Lord Star. Although they were full of superiority, the attack of a group of holy beasts was still quite terrifying. A cold smile appeared on Yi Fan's lips. Neither side was easy to deal with. It would be best if there was an intense clash and both sides would suffer a bit. That night, Tianyuan City was brightly lit like a huge divine pearl embedded in the ground. During the long and ancient years, this place had given birth to deities and had always been the center of the sacred land. Many people were hopeful. Many great races wanted to go to the auction to obtain the blood and bones of holy beasts to increase their family strength. Yi Fan walked around Tianyuan City and occasionally stared at the hazy sky. He felt the calm before a great battle, as if a storm was coming. Swoosh! A beam of light streaked across the sky, and the divine blue castle immediately disappeared from the ground. A 3-headed and 6-armed ancient king from the mixed sky race appeared in the sky. He waved his sleeves, and the grandest auction houses on the ground disappeared into his sleeves. This was an immemorial divine ability called Sleeve World. This was because, other than the holy beast blood, it was rumored that these auction houses would also sell the evolution fluid as the finale. You're here. This sovereign has been waiting for you for a long time. A person flickering with purple light rushed out from the city and flew into the sky. He held a purple holy sword in his hand. It was sparkling and translucent. It was several hundred zhang long, and he hacked at the mixed sky race's ancient king. It's the 3rd disciple of the conferred saint. With him overseeing things, there should be no problems. Many people cried out in alarm in the city. Boom! An intense collision took place in the sky. Even a large part of the void was annihilated. The 2 saints fought, and a boundless black hole appeared. Noiselessly, a mothership appeared in the sky. The cabin door opened, and 8 or 9 ancient kings walked out. All of them were very cold. Even though there are some experts, they are only relying on external objects. The battle won't last too long. As soon as this ancient king's words fell, an intense explosion took place. The holy artifact mothership behind them swept into the heavens, emitting destructive fluctuations as it collapsed inch by inch. The ancient kings were heavily injured. This was the explosion of a holy artifact. It was equivalent to the power of their self-destruction. It was extremely terrifying. The battle thus began. The collision of 2 great star domains opened the curtains on this night. Similar holy battles were taking place in other giant cities. Chapter 1230. Violet blood, silver blood, and sky blue blood splattered everywhere. Some of the ancient kings had half their bodies rotted away. Those who survived had their lower halves turned into meat paste. There was even an ancestral king whose forehead was pierced through. His immortal foundation shattered and he died on the spot. His blood-stained bones shot out in all directions and landed in the black hole. This was a tragedy. They had unexpectedly suffered heavy injuries. The saint flying ship they were riding on exploded. Roars of rage rang out. The injured ancestral king rapidly recovered. The eyes of the others turned sharp as they nervously guarded the ship. They had just arrived, yet such a tragedy happened. This caused a dark haze to rise in their hearts. Evidently, there were restrictions within the saint-grade mothership that they didn't understand. The original owner had tampered with it, and such a disaster was definitely not an isolated one. In truth, similar tragedies were happening in other places as well. Some ancestral kings had fallen the moment they appeared before even participating in the battle. However, it was already the limit for each mothership to be able to destroy an ancient saint. They could only heavily injure them and not kill them all. Kill these trash that only knows how to rely on external objects. Don't leave even a chicken or dog alive. The time to hunt the saint beasts has arrived. Everyone attack together, obtain the beast blood, and extract the saint bones. This will be a huge harvest. Both sides not only attacked each other, but they were also mocking each other and stirring up the emotions of the other party. This was a bitter battle. Blood rained down from the sky. Chilly winds howled and yellow whirlwinds howled. The battle above Tianyuan City was extremely intense. Beams of terrifying light shot out from the city. This was the product of combining runes and technology. It could identify the enemy based on their genetic imprints and attack autonomously. All sorts of immortal light interweaved and the attacks shocked the world. The sky was gloomy, the sun and moon lost their radiance, and the mountains and rivers lost their color. Even the bodies of the ancestral kings were pierced through. A bloody hole appeared in the chest of an ancient king from the blood lightning race. When he killed an enemy, he revealed a look of disbelief. The huge city below had heavily injured him. A bunch of trash dares to act high and mighty, treating the 10,000 races of the Northern Dipper as natives and saint beasts. I will tear all of you apart. An ancient saint from the Herculean bull demon race roared. Black light curled around his entire body. He was like a huge mountain, and his pair of bull horns rushed into the sky, shattering the battle armor of a saint and tearing his opponent apart. On the other side, an ancient king cried out loudly. A great Tao beam shot out from the center of the city, able to break through saint-level defenses and penetrate the back of his head. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. His eyes became lifeless, blood and brain matter flowing out, falling from the sky. Ancient gods had been born in Tianyuan City. It was one of the most terrifying places on the main planet. Moreover, it was the center of the continent and had a special status. It was not strange for this city to be able to unleash a terrifying Taoist light. It was a matter of course. It was even rumored that it contained the killing light of the ancient gods. The great battle escalated and became more and more miserable. The ancient races realized that things weren't looking good. There were all types of fortresses on this ancient star that could release holy light. They soared into the sky and slaughtered their way into outer space. The expressions of those on the Eternal Lord planet changed. The holy beasts of the outer space were too fierce. Each of them had thick skin, immortal bones, and powerful vitality. They could resist all kinds of weapons that were fused with technology and great Tao. The expert in purple armor and holding a giant sword was a saint himself. Coupled with his Saint King Mecha, he was invincible and defeated the three-headed and six-armed ancient king. His bones were shattered, his flesh disintegrated, and even his primordial spirit was destroyed. Of course, many of the companions behind this expert from the Eternal Lord planet had also died. Blood flowed everywhere, and it was a terrible sight to behold. This was a reign of terror. Both sides were very confident, but they didn't expect to pay a bloody price when the real battle began. The third disciple of the saint is indeed powerful. He killed the three-headed and six-armed holy beast and cut a winged bird in half at the waist. Blood washed the sky. How ferocious! Waves of exclamations came from Tianyuan City. At the same time, some people were also nervous. Apart from the third disciple of the saint, there were many casualties on the Eternal Lord planet. Within Tianyuan City, 8 or 9 figures soared into the sky. They were all ancient saints and wore colorful armor. Their attacks were extremely powerful. As soon as these people appeared, the balance of the battle tilted in favor of one side. The ancient race suffered heavy losses. 3 experts immediately spilled blood, and their huge corpses fell to the ground. They had died a violent death. This is the entire ancient planet's divine land. It has their most terrifying power. Let's retreat. An ancient king shouted and began to break out of the encirclement. In this place, the ancient race of the Northern Dipper star field lost. They were surrounded and killed. More than 10 ancient saints rushed up one after another, all of them wearing armor. An ancient king of the blood lightning race fell. He was cleaved in half by the third disciple of the saint. His lightning and primordial spirit dissipated at the same time. The 4 ancient saints of Heaven Origin City charged forward at the same time. 4 sharp sacred spears pierced through an archaic ancestral king with a divine disk behind his head. He roared in anger and unwillingness, but there was nothing he could do. He could only die. Blood flowed and huge corpses fell continuously. This was a great calamity. Many mountain ridges were smashed apart, and a lot of blood rained down on the residential areas. More than 100,000 people died of violent death. Moo! An angry and sorrowful roar sounded. In the end, only an enormous black bull turned into the size of a mountain. It forcibly tore open a gap, and its entire body was covered in wounds as it fled into outer space. The Battle of Tianyuan City came to an end. The ancient race suffered a crushing defeat. They sent out a total of 9 ancient kings, but in the end, only the old saint of the demon bull race escaped. The others all died in battle. This was undoubtedly a great blow. The old demon bull went crazy in outer space and couldn't help but roar in anger. This was too sullen, and even his eyes were red. Reports of victory came from other battlefields. Several enormous cities were captured one after another. These cities had existed on the Eternal Lord Star for a long time and were extremely important places. The ancient race suffered a crushing defeat in the Battle of Tianyuan City mainly because it was the center of the continent. Its strength was the most robust. The old demon bull who had luckily escaped with his life believed that there were even more terrifying existences waiting to take action. Vermilion Bird City was breached. Those people who relied on external weapons were completely wiped out and uprooted, but we also lost 2 ancient kings. In front of a magnificent giant city, on a boundless wilderness, the saints of the ancient race stood upright and destroyed many war tools. Every time they landed, a layer of earth would explode, revealing many weapons of the great Tao. In these places, rivers of blood flowed and bones piled up. The ancient land of Luolan was sunk. The spaceships and ancient castles there were all destroyed, and we lost 2 ancient kings. In a divine valley, the ancient race encountered fierce resistance. The ancient castles floating in the sky gave them the fiercest counterattack. The Aoa sacred ground was conquered, and some of the evolution liquids and many divine materials that were sealed since ancient times were seized. However, we lost 4 ancestral kings. It's not good. We attacked the ancestral land of the Unsetting Sun clan, but only 3 ancient kings escaped. The rest all died there. The news continued to spread to the outer realms. The ancient race was both happy and worried. Although they won more than they lost, they also suffered fierce resistance and even suffered crushing defeats in some important places. On this day, the flames of war reached the sky. The entire ancient planet was covered in smoke, making people feel uneasy. In Tianyuan City, several huge corpses were transported in. They were cut up and divided equally by the major races. Many people cheered. These were holy beasts, and their value was too great. Through this battle, they solved the problem of many divine materials. The other cities were gloomy. There were victories and defeats, and the losses were not small. This made the Eternal Lord planet realize that a great crisis had arrived. The hunting ground of the Northern Dipper is very terrifying. These holy beasts have all run to our Eternal Lord planet. If this continues, we will inevitably suffer great losses. We need to invite peerless experts to attack and wipe them out as soon as possible. Then we can push the battlefield to the Northern Dipper. That's right. We can't fight at our doorstep. We need to invite peerless experts to end this war as soon as possible. The people of the Eternal Lord planet were no longer as calm. The holy beasts were ferocious. On this day, they had conquered many major powers. This made them feel a sense of crisis. Yi Fan coldly watched this battle. He knew that judging from this, the number of saints on the Eternal Lord planet was far less than the ancient race. One had to know that only a portion of them had come, and the Eternal Lord planet was already struggling. In just a day, the situation reversed. The Eternal Lord planet had completely reclaimed its lost territories. The ancient race left behind some corpses and retreated to outer realms. Saint Luan Feng joined hands with several peerless experts to launch a counterattack. This caused the ancient races to tremble. They didn't expect the Eternal Lord planet to be so difficult to fight. You holy beasts, leave the Eternal Lord planet as soon as possible. Otherwise, you will all be hunted down. Luan Feng led the group to outer realms. In the cold cosmos, both sides confronted each other. Swords were drawn, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. Who are you calling a holy beast? The old bull was the first to get angry. Fine, the experts from afar, please retreat quickly. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. Luan Feng spoke. He was clad in a cold metallic armor and had a battle spear in his hand. He looked extremely heroic. He was only half a step away from becoming the great sage. Moreover, he possessed a true great sage armor. It was different from ordinary mechas. It was more like a divine armor that stuck tightly to his body. It was extremely powerful, allowing him to almost fight against the great sage. In the cold outer realms, the ancient race experts frowned. Although there were many people who came, the great sage wasn't among them. They also didn't bring an extreme Dao ancient weapon. There are many arrogant people from the 10,000 ancient races. Who would have thought that the Eternal Lord planet would feel even more superior? I've even seen the Emperor of fighting before, so why would I be afraid of you guys? If the battle continues, I can say bluntly that the Eternal Lord planet will definitely be destroyed. An expert from the ancient race walked out. He was clad in a set of scarlet golden divine clothes. His entire body was surging with multicolored light. He came from the Blood Phoenix Mountain and was known as the Nine Phoenix King. Back then, he had appeared during the Myriad Races Conference at the Jade Pool. His fame had shaken the supreme ancient races, and he was only a step away from becoming the great sage. In the past, the Emperor of Fighting had once evaluated his aptitude as not bad. Although it was just a simple mention, it was still a supreme glory that everyone in the world knew of. It caused people to revere him. My eternal kingdom has never been destroyed. We once went on expeditions to various major star regions. Even during the most difficult period, when we faced the ancient gods, our race was not destroyed. You, Big Dipper, are too arrogant, said Luan Feng. We only need a great sage and an extreme Dao ancient weapon. Once we descend here, we can sweep through the eternal kingdom, said the Nine Phoenix King. This battle was unavoidable. Both of them were existences that were about to become the great sage. A great battle unfolded in the cold outer space, and in the end, both sides suffered heavy losses. Advertisement: Yen Jiao's new book, Heavenly Official. In the 13th year of the Righteous Virtue era, Emperor Righteous Virtue was patrolling the borders. The Ning King of Nanchang plotted a rebellion, and the Xing King of Anlu was obsessed with alchemy. In the Western Mountain Temple outside the Anlu Prefecture, a young monk appeared. He returned to the Sea of Desires and began to recite the falsehood scripture. Chapter 12:31. Amidst the darkness of the cosmos, broken arms floated about and broken ships lay in disarray. There were also blood-stained heads and shattered weapons. It was a complete mess. This was the end of the battle. Both sides were extremely powerful experts, and both sides were injured. They retreated while bleeding, and there were even some saints who lost their lives. The imperial conferred saint was known as the Heavenly King and was an outstanding expert who had risen in the past 1,000 years. He fought the Nine Phoenix King to a draw and temporarily retreated to the Eternal Lord Star. The ancient races were silent. They had underestimated this star field. Without a great sage or an ancient weapon, it would be hard to say whether they would live or die if they continued to fight. I'm not willing to retreat just like that. Although we've obtained some evolution fluid, we've also lost some ancient kings. The price we paid is too great, said an ancient king from the mixed sky race. The Nine Phoenix King was recuperating in seclusion. The other ancient kings gathered together and pondered seriously. This ancient planet most likely had great sages, and there might even be divine armor left behind by ancient deities. This was a type of threat. Don't think about sweeping through the entire star field. Let's first understand the situation before making a decision, said an old king in a steady manner. From this day on, both sides entered a stalemate. The ancient races no longer entered the giant ancient star with life and lingered in the outer realms. Of course, they would occasionally change their identities and head to various places in search of opportunities. However, the Eternal Lord Star's technological civilization was no small matter. They had genetic imprints and other identification techniques. Ordinary disguises couldn't escape their eyes. The holy beasts were too powerful. There were monitoring systems in every corner of the star field. Sometimes, the ancient kings would be locked on as soon as they arrived, igniting the flames of war. This was a long and drawn-out confrontation. The ancient races gradually became uneasy because they found out that apart from the great sage, there might be a true great sage in this world. What made them most uneasy was that there were also ancient god armors comparable to their ancient weapons. This was a blow to their heads. Recently, we've been traveling in outer space to explore divine minds. We've always encountered some holy beasts, and our lives have been greatly threatened. I beseech the great sage to take action. I beseech Luan Feng and the other peerless experts to drive these beasts out of the eternal star domain. Our peaceful lives have been disturbed. Of course, the ancients weren't the benevolent race. Although they had been keeping a low profile, they were still active and had caused a lot of bloodshed. The people of the eternal star field were all petitioning for powerful experts to take action. I really want to annihilate their people, completely destroy their sense of superiority, and enslave them forever. An ancestral king's expression was ashen. His words were extremely cold, and his eyes were ice cold. The glorious ancestral king of a generation felt extremely sullen when he arrived here. He was reduced to a vicious bird and fierce beast in the eyes of others. Back when they were in the Big Dipper Alliance, they were so glorious. The humans were afraid of them, and there was no one who wasn't afraid. But now, everyone was shouting at them every day, and they didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. Evil people need evil people to grind them down. None of them are easy to deal with. It's best to keep fighting. Yi Fan sneered. Recently, he had been very comfortable. He had a detailed understanding of the strength of both sides. He believed that if the Big Dipper Alliance didn't send reinforcements, these ancient kings wouldn't be able to take down the eternal star domain. In fact, they might even be completely wiped out. After half a month of confrontation, secret battles, and massacres, the ancients were becoming more and more apprehensive, while the people of the Eternal Lord Star were becoming more and more excited. Slaughter these beasts and completely wipe them out. They've been causing trouble in the outer realms all day long. They've caused too much trouble for us. This is a huge and precious prey. The flesh, blood, skin, and bones of these beasts are all divine materials. Powerful warriors, take up your weapons and kill them. Bring them back for research. The people of the Eternal Star Domain were a proud race. They had a glorious history, a glorious civilization, and a powerful foundation that allowed them to look down on this part of the universe. Now, their fighting spirit was high, and they wouldn't allow these vicious birds and beasts to dominate the outer realms. They wanted to drive them away. It was precisely under this sense of superiority that the major mercenaries were mobilized. Many powerful organizations began to issue bounty missions, encouraging all kinds of peerless experts to go out into the outer realms to hunt the beasts. The Lantua clan has issued a bounty. They've taken out a rare amethyst crystal mine that can be forged into a saint-grade mothership in exchange for a bottle of holy beast blood. What a generous offer! I've already heard that the eldest disciple of Heavenly King Wanfeng accepted the mission and secretly went to the outer realms. He injured an ancestral king and brought back a bottle of blue blood in exchange for that ancient mine. Heavens, how enviable! That amethyst crystal mine is refined in every way possible. When the time comes, it can even be forged into a saint's armor. It's one of the rarest materials. The people discussed fervently. There wasn't a single one who wasn't envious. They were all tempted, but most of them could only watch. They couldn't hunt the beasts like the peerless experts. Oh, the Skyfire mercenaries dispatched a large group of space battleships. This is a super powerful organization that loves colonizing natives. However, the Skyfire mercenaries returned in failure. Many of their battleships were destroyed, and they only managed to retrieve a few drops of blood. That was because they accidentally pierced through an ancient race ancestral king's arm, and the bit of blood that spilled out was collected. Many people failed, but there were too many of them. As long as there was a mothership, they could all attempt to kill the beasts. Big news, the Chao clan has issued a sky-high bounty. Whoever can hunt a complete beast will be rewarded with 10 kilograms of myriad illusion galaxy sand. How shocking! This news was extremely sensational. Myriad illusion galaxy sand was extremely rare. It was refined from the galaxy and could be used to forge great sage-grade war tools. The Eternal Lord planet was naturally in an uproar. Many people wanted it, and people like Wanfeng who were about to step into the great sage level were even more attentive. In the end, Heavenly King Mi Luo took action. He hadn't come out of seclusion for hundreds of years and was a peerless expert. He was also half a step away from becoming the great sage. This time he attacked powerfully. A fierce battle broke out in outer space. Mi Luo was extremely fierce and killed an ancestral king. His enormous body was preserved and sent to the Chao clan to obtain what they needed. This was an unusual period. All sorts of battles broke out from time to time, and the ancient races also retaliated fiercely. Those who went to outer space to hunt were mostly massacred. In particular, an expert from the founding king race, which was ranked first among the 10 great primordial royal clans, launched a surprise attack and sank an imperishable holy land. The conflict between the two sides became white-hot. All sorts of killings didn't stop the various mercenary groups on the Eternal Lord planet. Many warriors were mobilized for the sky-high bounty. In order to hunt down the beasts, they stopped at nothing and even detonated some planets. I've had enough. I really want to bathe this star field in blood and wipe out this race. An ancestral king flew into a rage. During these days, groups of warriors entered outer space. There were strong ones and weak ones, but all of them were clamoring to hunt down the beasts. This caused a group of arrogant ancient kings to explode with anger. So many people have died, but they still don't learn their lesson. They keep coming wave after wave. When will this end? I really can't hold back anymore. I saw a group of ants threatening to bite a lion to death. I want to slap them all into dung. Calm down. There really are experts on the Eternal Lord planet. Didn't you see? Another heavenly king Mi Luo appeared out of nowhere and wants to kill us. The ancient races were furious and annoyed. Meanwhile, more and more warriors came from the Eternal Lord planet. They drove warships and set up all sorts of traps to hunt down the beasts. During this process, a Dao executioner spent a lot of money to purchase a forbidden artifact from an auction house. He buried it on a small planet, but it was accidentally triggered by an ancestral king who landed there. The entire planet exploded, and this ancestral king scattered a large amount of blood as he left with injuries. This person collected enough blood and inadvertently became a model. He stirred up a storm, and it wasn't far off to say that the entire population was slaughtering the beasts. Many young people set great ambitions and wanted to do something great. They pondered and calculated on their own. Even though most of these people didn't return, they still couldn't stop the heat. The unlucky ancient races were furious again and again. Some of them were so angry that their bodies were trembling and their veins were bulging. They carried out a bloody revenge. In the end, they provoked Luan Feng, Mi Luo, and other experts. Once again, the two sides came to blows. Yi Fan laughed coldly after hearing this. During this process, he added fuel to the fire and incessantly intensified the conflict between the two sides. Naturally, he was the lucky young man who detonated a small planet and almost killed the ancient king. He did this to set an example for others. His leisurely time didn't last long. The ancient race sold him out and announced that they had come for the indestructible golden body and wanted to capture this public enemy. The Eternal Lord planet immediately boiled over. There was no need to mention the Chao family and the Brahmin race who had great hatred for him. The Rising Sun royalty, the Blue Sea race, the Lantua race, the Zhao family, and the other 12 immortal inheritances that had fought in the Big Dipper expedition were also gnashing their teeth. It was the demon god and Yi Fan who had tricked them, causing them to misjudge the strength of the natives there. As a result, The advanced troops were slaughtered by the holy beasts and suffered heavy losses. What? The indestructible golden body is back. We must find him even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground and skin him alive. Activate the gene imprint sensor. We must catch him even if we have to go to heaven and earth. If we don't kill him, even the heavens won't tolerate it. The Eternal Lord planet was in chaos. People from all sides moved together to search for Yi Fan, wanting to find traces of him. Yi Fan rejoiced. Great Emperor Wuxia's heaven-deceiving formation was really too useful. It could hide all signs of life. Even the ancient king couldn't hide from the sensor, but it was useless against him. He had some suspicions that Great Emperor Wuxia had most likely encountered trouble when he came in and out of this place. Therefore, he had used some special thoughts to create this formation. The ancient race sneered again and again, revealing their killing intent. Even they were often sensed and couldn't completely get rid of the sensors. They believed that Yi Fan would soon appear. Let's wait for him to come out and dismember him. The green bronze cauldron is ours. Also, we must bring his corpse back to Big Dipper. He has offended the myriad races. He will be killed even if he escapes to the ends of the universe. Yi Fan's true body didn't appear. He was very calm and began another operation. Warriors, what are you waiting for? Go to the outer realm and hunt the saint beasts. Subdue them and use them as mounts. We want to be holy knights. Yi Fan was no longer pretending to be the young man who had gotten lucky last time. This time, he wanted to display his strength and incite a large group of people. He controlled an ancient saint war tool and led the group to set up spatial traps in the outer realm. Then, he went alone to lure the saint beasts. The others definitely couldn't do it, but when there was no one around, he didn't need to hide his strength and could kill ancient saints. Just like that, he attacked along the way and almost killed an ancient king. Then, he was teleported into a spatial trap and caused a huge explosion. We killed a saint. We actually killed a saint. A group of hot-blooded warriors cried out. They discovered that this ancient king's forehead had been blasted apart by a forbidden weapon. Blood splashed everywhere as he fell into the ice-cold cosmos. Sigh, his immortal platform was blasted apart. Otherwise, we really could have captured him alive. He would have become a holy beast knight. The group of people sighed. However, they were still incomparably happy. They carefully divided up the saint beast in outer realm and returned to the Eternal Lord's star separately. This was undoubtedly sensational. A group of brave warriors killed a saint beast. Even though their strength wasn't that great, it was still heaven-defying. They truly returned with great rewards. Without a doubt, this was the same as setting another example. It stimulated a large number of hot-blooded experts. Even though their strength was passable, their ambitions were great. They slaughtered their way into outer realm wave after wave, triggering a huge storm. The ancient races were truly angry. They were so angry that the bodies of some ancient kings trembled. They really wanted to slap everyone to death and shatter this ancient star. Chapter 12:32. The majestic mountain towered into the clouds. Standing here was like standing at the peak of an immortal realm that had existed since time immemorial. A quiet lake was located at the peak of the mountain, surrounded by green pines and cypresses. There were also huge rocks scattered about, making the clear lake look like a celestial mirror. This was the famous Celestial Ascension Pond. Legend had it that Wan Qing had secluded himself here for a period of time 20 or 30,000 years ago, giving it a special status. Since ancient times, countless people had come here in search of fortuitous opportunities. However, they had all returned empty-handed. As time passed, no one came anymore. Yi Fan stood with his hands behind his back on a blue stone that looked like a crouching bull. In front of him was the mirror-like Celestial Ascension Pond, and behind him were green pines and cypresses. The green lotuses swayed in the lake, each one flashing with a green luster. The petals were dark green, as if they were carved from jade. Was this the secret place that the lotus the arch had left behind? Yi Fan looked at the clear water, and a fist-sized golden figure appeared in front of his forehead, scanning the surroundings. In recent days, the ancient races and the Eternal Star Region's experts had confronted each other. He had added fuel to the fire and found all kinds of clues about the Lotus the Arch. He had infiltrated some powerful clans and read many ancient books. He had found many ancient places and deduced the Lotus the Arch's past. The Lotus the Arch became stronger and stronger, leaving behind an illustrious name in the Eternal Star region. In the end, his demonic arts were perfected, and he was comparable to an ancient god. Even now, the people of the Eternal Kingdom are still searching for everything about him. Plop. Yi Fan entered the water and scanned every inch of the celestial ascension pond with his divine sense. He even sent the golden figure into the green lotuses and studied them carefully. Unfortunately, he found nothing. The Lotus the Arch seemed to have only been in seclusion and didn't leave anything behind. No, on the way to the Eternal Lord planet, I saw some people still searching for the Lotus Thearcha's relics. There must be some Thearcha's treasury left behind. Yi Fan stood by the shore, listening to the rustling of the pine trees, watching the gurgling spring, listening to the golden eagles cry in the sky, and looking at the rolling clouds. He was lost in thought, and his mind became clear. All these years he had braved through fire and water, roared through the desolate mountains and rivers, fought against the powerful enemies of various races, and traversed the ice-cold universe without a moment of peace. How many years had it been since he had experienced such tranquility? At this moment, he was a little less murderous and more tranquil. Yi Fan sat down cross-legged on the crouching ox boulder and took out an ancient scroll. This was the ancient scroll that Princess Yu Dai had given him, and it contained the essence of the great Tao of nature. The drizzle was drizzling and the mist lingered. Yi Fan quietly flipped through the ancient scriptures, allowing the rain to fall on the pines. He looked at the flowers, birds, fish, and insects in the book. He didn't leave for a day and a night. It was not until the next day that he closed the ancient scroll and stood up. He said, "The way of nature cannot be forced. Perhaps the Azure Emperor left something behind, but it might not be suitable for me." He had a feeling that the opportunity to become a saint was about to appear. In this place, he developed all kinds of profound meanings of scriptures and even imitated the 9 slashes of the demon the Arch. It was as though a demon god had descended into the world. Suddenly, when the 9 slashes of the demon the Arch were unleashed, the surroundings became boundless. The immortal ascension pond glowed, and the cliffs shone brilliantly. Runes appeared one after another. Yi Fan was astonished. All kinds of runes gathered together, forming a small path that led to a divine gate in the immortal ascension pond. A small void world. His heart trembled. This was a small world that the Azure Emperor had opened up. Sure enough, he had left something behind. He had searched everywhere in the ruins, and this was the only place he had found something. Yi Fan walked into the divine gate. The inside was very small, and it was only a space with a circumference of less than 300 meters. It was excessively simple, with a stone table and 2 stone stools. Apart from that, there was nothing else. He walked closer and discovered a few lines of small words on the stone table. After reading them, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There was actually a personal letter written by the Azure Emperor here that had been taken away by someone. Grandpa Pang came here and obtained the Azure Emperor's personal letter. In addition to the evolution fluid in the ancient cave, I will definitely be unrivaled in the future. Some of Pang Bo's words were very solemn. He mentioned the gods and warned the later generations that the gods specialized in hunting down those who had walked the path of the strongest trial. As a result, they had obtained many heaven-reaching secret arts. Yi Fan frowned. Ji Haoyue had also left a message saying that the gods had been hunting down those who had walked the path of the strongest trial since ancient times and had obtained many lost secret arts. One had to know that those who could walk the path of the strongest trial were all peerless geniuses. Pang Bo had a great opportunity. The Azure Emperor's relic had been taken away by him. To me, this Eternal Lord Star is not worth staying for long. Yi Fan stopped in this star domain for 2 reasons. One was for the evolution fluid, and the other was to search for the relic of the ancient emperors. These were the 2 things that attracted him the most. The Azure Emperor's relic had been taken away, so there was no need to think about Great Emperor Wu Shi's relic. He hadn't been able to find that scripture even after venturing deep into the Purple Mountain. It was probably left for the innate saint physique fetus. It would be difficult for others to obtain it. If I can obtain some divine ores and refine the 5th stage of the evolution fluid for my old friends in the celestial court, then I can go on my way. He only needed to find another immortal material to add to the origin fluid, and he would be able to successfully refine it. The ancient race and the eternal race confronted each other and fought fiercely. His goal had been achieved. After solving some problems, he could go on his way. The trip to the celestial ascension pool made Yi Fan want to leave. During these days, the far ancient imperial race had suffered losses from time to time and had no choice but to retreat deeper into the star domain. They were waiting for reinforcements, hoping that a great sage would come and sweep through this place with an ancient imperial weapon. Because this ancient planet was too important, the evolution fluid was of great importance. It would allow their descendants to quickly increase their cultivation levels and become stronger. The path to immortality was about to open, and all races hoped to increase their strength. This would be a guarantee of survival. At present, there was very little evolution fluid in circulation. However, the various immortal inheritances had sealed some high-grade precious fluids from ancient times. Some of them were even useful to saints and could help them break through them. In addition, they had discovered another great killing tool on the Eternal Lord Star. It could refine the power of the divine bloodline of the Holy Beast and transform one's physical body, allowing a race to quickly grow stronger. Even though there were some side effects, if used well, it would be heaven-defying. The operation to capture the Holy Beast continued. The people of Eternal Kingdom were full of superiority. Several successful examples had inspired many brave warriors. Even some saints had been mobilized because some people really wanted to become holy knights. People like Wan Feng and Mi Luo were worried. They felt that the future wasn't optimistic. After many battles, they knew that the ancient race had imperial weapons but didn't bring them. The search for the imperishable golden body continued. The great inheritances offered sky-high rewards that were even higher than the price of the holy beast. It made people speechless. At the same time, the saints from the outer realms also arrived. Even though a few of them had been destroyed by the deities on that dead star, there were still some who hurried over and descended upon this region. The situation became even more chaotic. Wu, how enviable! The unsetting Sun King clan is formidable. They extracted the blood essence of 2 holy beasts and restored a portion of their ancestors' divine might. They actually obtained great benefits. How shocking! An unsetting Sun King clan has appeared in their clan. Rumor has it that he obtained the ancestral Tao fragments within the blood of 2 holy beasts. This caused a huge commotion. The unsetting Sun King clan's harvest was great. They had cracked the secrets of the divine genes and allowed an old expert to improve even further. However, there were people who curled their lips. Using the blood of the holy beasts to transform the physical body and smelting the ancestral Tao fragments would make their future path narrower and narrower. However, for an old saint whose cultivation had stagnated for many years and found it hard to advance an inch, this was the first choice. Shocking news! The Sutua clan has issued a great reward. Anyone who can hunt down 2 holy beasts will be given a divine skin scroll. A sensational piece of news spread, shaking all parts of the Eternal Lord Star. What kind of ancient scroll is it? It's worth 2 holy beasts. Isn't this too exaggerated? Everyone inquired about it. It's an ancient star map passed down by the ancestors of the Sutua clan. It records the secrets of the ancient deities. Impossible! If it was this kind of treasure map, why would the Sutua clan issue a reward? They would have explored it themselves a long time ago. This triggered a huge uproar. The Eternal Lord Star was surging with waves. The Sutua clan has been guarding the treasure map for many years without obtaining anything. Now that the clan has declined, they want to use other rewards in exchange for a chance to rise up. The unsetting Sun King clan had an additional heavenly king. This stimulated the various great undying inheritances. All the clans wanted to imitate them. The Sutua clan was originally one of the strongest clans in the Eternal Lord Star, but it was a pity that they had gradually declined. Now, apart from an old saint, there were no successors. They wanted to use the holy beast to transform the physique of the clan's disciples and increase their cultivation. This was a divine ancient scroll that recorded an ancient starry domain. The ancestors of the Sumer clan had gone there 80,000 years ago and saw a legendary ancient tree of life. They naturally wanted to seize it, but the natives there were too powerful. They almost wiped out the Sutua clan's experts, and only one escaped. In the following years, they returned to that starry domain several times. In the end, they returned in low spirits each time, suffering disastrous losses. Ancient Tree of Life, this is one of the legendary immortal medicines. Unexpectedly, there really is such a thing. Eternal Kingdom naturally erupted. Everyone wanted to obtain it. It was rumored that the ancient Tree of Life had appeared on their ancient star for a period of time. Unfortunately, it was snatched away by a peerless expert from outside the domain hundreds of thousands of years ago. Ancient Tree of Life, this is an immortal medicine that belongs to the deities. It is a priceless treasure. A single branch is enough to regenerate flesh and bones. If one wants to refine the perfect 9th level evolution liquid, I heard that immortal medicines are needed. The ancient Tree of Life can undoubtedly do it. This is the most precious thing. Great waves surged through Eternal Lord Star. All sides couldn't calm down. However, some people didn't believe that the Sutua clan would so generously offer up this diagram. Experts from all sides sought confirmation. Even peerless experts like Wan Feng and Mi Luo personally paid them a visit. The Sutua clan had no choice but to tell them the truth. Starting from 60,000 years ago, that ancient starry domain disappeared. This left the clan puzzled no matter how they thought about it. They never gave up during these years, but in the end, they could only release a long sigh. What? The ancient Tree of Life and that starry domain disappeared? How could this be? Who could have such great magical force to cover the boundless starry sky? Could it be that they could cover the heavens? Many people were stunned, expressing their confusion. Quite a few people felt that this ancient scroll wasn't worth it. However, the true experts like Wan Feng and Mi Luo paid even more attention. They paid the Sutua clan a visit, carefully listening to the details, flipping through the personal letters left behind by their ancestors. There is an existence comparable to the great sage among the powerful natives. The entire clan protects the ancient Tree of Life and worships the deities. This is an ancient clan. In the end, Blue Sea clan, Fire Cloud clan, Chao family, Unsetting Sun King clan, Zhao family, Lan Tua clan, Fan clan and others all came, all of them paying close attention. The ancient Tree of Life is worth paying attention to. With so many great clans exploring it, we might be able to find something. Yi Fan was also moved. He wanted to leave behind enough information for his old friends in the Celestial Court. It would be best if the 5th level or higher evolution liquid appeared. If the ancient Tree of Life could be found, this would definitely come true. Chapter 12:33. A divine skin scroll descended, stirring up great waves and drawing the attention of all sides. Even though that ancient star had disappeared, there were still quite a few people who were looking forward to it. Even the ancient races knew about it. Among them, there were some who had heard of the ancient life tree, something passed down from their ancestors. This was a wondrous tree that should have grown in immortal domain. Undercurrents surged in the foreign battlefield. The confrontation and intense battles gradually escalated. Now that things had developed to this point, it was no longer something both sides could control. There would definitely be a great battle. The ancient races were looking forward to it. It was rumored that a great sage was about to arrive, and it was very likely that he would bring an extreme Dao ancient imperial weapon. Such a great movement might be caused by an archaic emperor race's expanding ambitions. If they could control eternity, the effects would be far-reaching. There were also some who were worried, feeling that if there were ancient deities in eternity, it was most likely because they were scheming for the ancient imperial weapon, purposely luring the snake out of its hole. In the depths of the star domain, an ancient saint from the archaic fallen Ping race was killed. His head was cut off, and his enormous corpse collapsed, blood gushing everywhere. They had black Ping wings and were humanoid in appearance. With a flap of their wings, even the universe would be torn apart and the universe would be shattered. But now, they had become holy beasts that were hunted by others, unable to escape death. The ancient races hid in the depths of the starry skies, almost disappearing from the boundless cosmos. They were waiting for the Big Dipper Great Sage to descend, but they were still found. The main reason was because the divine skin with the ancient life tree appeared, making the experts of the Eternal Lord Star unable to sit still. The effects of this were great. At the same time, the Sutua race in the Eternal Star domain was almost wiped out. The archaic Emperor race 9 Phoenix King personally arrived, turning everything within 10,000 li into ashes with a single strike. Unfortunately, this race had long left, only their pure land was destroyed. The Divine Skin Ancient Scroll was entrusted to a few great powers for safekeeping. When the ancient races heard this, they frowned. Not only were the eternal experts hunting them, some of the ancient race experts were also taking the initiative to kill them, wanting to participate and wipe out some inheritances. Luan Feng, Mi Luo, and a few other peerless experts joined hands and entered the depths of the starry skies, attacking the ancient race army. They killed several holy beasts and returned in exchange for that divine skin. When this news got out, it caused a commotion in all directions. Everyone found it hard to calm down. The ancient scroll that recorded the secrets of ancient deities was finally obtained by someone. Many small forces felt regretful that they were not strong enough and could not participate. No, this shouldn't be the Holy Beast's plan, right? It wants to lure the tiger away from the mountain, sending Luan Feng, Mi Luo, and the other peerless experts away so that the 9 Phoenix King can sweep through our eternal world's great powers and inheritances. In this special period of time, some sensitively raised this question, fearing that a calamity would descend and engulf Eternal Star. Don't worry. The Eternal has the true Great Sage. The Sutua race won't dare to ally with those holy beasts, or they'll be exterminated. Luan Feng and Mi Luo disappeared, entering the depths of the cosmos. They knew that it didn't matter even if they weren't here. There were even more terrifying people overseeing this place. They knew that this person was plotting something big, most likely wearing the immortal clothes of an ancient deity to take action. Right now, he was watching coldly from the sidelines, and if necessary, he would carry out a fatal blow. Several days later, Sutua clan released another piece of news. They had a copy that could still be exchanged for with holy beast blood. Sutua clan is too greedy, actually selling more than one good. This ancient scroll doesn't have that much value at all. The star domain doesn't even exist anymore, so who would care so much about it? Even though they were criticized, Sutua clan didn't care. This was their chance to rise up, and this clan believed that the star domain definitely still existed, just that it was hidden. From a certain perspective, that place definitely had tremendous secrets, or else how could it be hidden between heaven and earth like this? Normal people criticized them, not interested, but undying inheritances like Chao family, Blue Sea clan, Origin Demon Sea's Mahist family, Unsetting Sun King family, and others all wanted to obtain them. They had the qualifications to explore. If they could truly discover that ancient star, forget about everything else, just the resources there would be enough for them to flourish for over 10,000 years. The ancient life tree's value was too great, an exceptional immortal medicine. With its existence, there would definitely be ancient deities' inheritances and secrets, a rare immortal land. The great families didn't go hunting holy beasts in outer space, because that would be too great of a loss. Their saints might fall at every turn. They gathered together a few rare treasures and exchanged them with the Sutua clan, obtaining a copy of the scroll. They also warned the clan not to sell it. The great inheritances attached such importance to it, making the people of the world endlessly bewildered. They paid even more attention to it. Yi Fan was also one of them. He wanted to take action, but he never had the chance. Finally, a disciple from the Swallow Cloud clan leaked out the secret of the copy. He made a copy and secretly auctioned it, exchanging it for holy beast blood. This went against the clan's will. However, that day that auction house was destroyed. Someone powerfully took action, seizing the copy. Then rumors spread everywhere. It was a deity who took action. I've seen that person before. They belong to that organization. Even though they rarely appear, I definitely didn't misjudge them. The same day, another disciple from an ancient family also leaked the core secret for the sake of holy beast blood. He used an ancient scroll rubbing to trade with someone. Yi Fan seized this opportunity. The row word art was unmatched under the heavens, and together with the fact that he could fight ancient saints himself, he rushed over like a streak of golden lightning, seizing the copy. At this point, the ancient star region recorded on the divine skin was no longer a secret. All the great powers took action. Through various channels, many people obtained some benefits. In a short period of time, there was actually a wave of enthusiasm. Even the holy beasts from the outer realm didn't attract much attention. Many mercenaries set out to explore the ancient star region. The eyes of the ancient race and the outer realm sages flickered. They were extremely tempted and wanted to go there to see what was going on. Don't act rashly. Wait until they find the ancient star region before we take action. There's no need to waste energy for nothing. What we can see is the truth. Those rumors are just clouds of the past. The ancient race didn't move. They had received news that a certain ancient imperial family was on the way. A world-shaking great sage was about to arrive with an ancient imperial weapon. As for the outer realm sages, some of them set out and followed the exploration team into the distant starry sky. The situation became more and more confusing, making it difficult for people to come to a conclusion. This is definitely the plot of those holy beasts. They're using a trick to send our eternal experts away. They want to launch a huge attack. That's right, it's a trick of those holy beasts. The number of holy beasts from the outer realm will increase greatly and they will attack our eternal Lord Star. At some point, such speculations had appeared everywhere. Many people were discussing fervently and clamoring to investigate the Sutua race. Throwing out the divine skin scroll at this time meant that they were definitely colluding with the enemy and betraying the entire star region. Yi Fan seriously pondered for a long time before deciding to set out. No matter what was said, he had enough power to protect himself. Even if there was a great battle, he wouldn't be afraid. What he needed now was to temper himself and reach a higher level, breaking through the shackles of the divine realm. He felt that if he wanted to become a saint, he needed a hot-blooded battle. He needed a baptism of life and death. He needed to find a suitable battlefield. The eternal star region wasn't that attractive to him anymore. Right now, he mainly wanted to leave some protection for his disciples and friends like Yi Tong, Little K, Li Tian, and Li Heishui. If he could refine the fifth stage of the evolution fluid, the strength of the celestial court would increase by leaps and bounds. It would allow even those who weren't peerless in their generation to have the possibility of ruling over a region. This was what he wanted to achieve. Once he set foot on the path of the strongest ancient trial, he wouldn't be able to turn back. Enter the Tamu Star region and find the star where the ancient gods resided. Obtain the ancient tree of life and set sail for our dreams. Warriors, what are you waiting for? Take up your weapons and head into the depths of the universe. Explore the unknown divine lands for our glory and rise. Some mercenary groups were recruiting elites and forming various small teams. They wanted to enter the Tamu Star region as recorded on the divine skin scroll. In the end, Yi Fan set out and joined a mercenary group called Holy Light. He also wanted to use this powerful mercenary group to explore. The starry river was resplendent and the universe was boundless. A huge mothership rose into the sky, surrounded by a dozen or so battleships. They rushed into a stargate in the outer realm. Darkness descended as they advanced through the passage of nothingness. They traveled continuously according to the coordinates on the divine skin scroll. The entire path was lonely and desolate. At the same time, a huge mothership from the Big Dipper star region crossed the universe and was approaching the eternal Lord Star. It emitted a terrifying and dignified aura. This was the Big Dipper's reinforcements. An old man had his eyes closed and didn't move. Occasionally, he would open them and release terrifying divine light. We're approaching the eternal Lord Star region. An ancestral monarch is here to welcome us. The Demon Bull King personally came to welcome them and was invited into the cabin. He was immediately startled to see a slender and robust ancient prince with blue hair draped over his shoulders. He knew that a great battle was about to break out. Afterward, he paid his respects to the unmoving great sage and explained the current situation. He only left after a long time. The fire Qilin's hair was scattered behind him. His eyes were like divine lamps, and his body was slender and robust. The ancient sovereign blood in his body rumbled like thunder and shook people's minds. He sat there and glanced at the great sage of his race. The ancient tree of life, was it arranged by the 9 Phoenix King? The eyes of the great sage of the fire Qilin cavern were like lightning. He stood in the mothership and stared at the eternal Lord Star region. I can sense a powerful killing intent. Blood will surely flow like rivers. A world-shaking battle is about to break out. Within the mothership, many experts stood there. All of them were either majestic or extremely capable. This was the allied army of the various races of the supreme ancient immortal realms. They wanted to flatten this star region in one fell swoop. A great calamity was about to begin. After over 10 changes en route, the mothership appeared in the starry space again and again. The Holy Light mercenary group finally arrived at the Tanmao star region after half a month. This was a quiet star region. It was unknown how many tens of thousands of years it had been since anyone had disturbed it. But recently, the peace was broken and it gradually became lively. Many flying ships entered to explore. Everyone wanted to find that ancient planet with life, but after so many days, there were no clues at all. Little brother, you look so young. Why did you come here to take risks? This is a job where you might lose your life at any moment. An old mercenary asked a young man. I like to take risks. Only then will there be a challenge. There's no meaning in a boring and unchanging life that repeats itself. This young man spoke. His smile was very radiant and his teeth were as white as snow. His golden hair was resplendent and gentle. This was none other than the flying ship of Yi Fan's group. It was merely one of the 10 battleships of the Holy Light mercenary group. What's your name? The old mercenary smiled and asked. My name is Dao Yi. The young man smiled radiantly. Oh, what an impressive surname. I remember that 1,000,000 years ago, the god of our eternal Lord Star was named Dao Yen. He was a resplendent and mighty god, an undying legend. The old mercenary sighed. That's right. The young man nodded. Yi Fan sat at the side and listened to their conversation. At the same time, he was staring at the large screen and saw a giant mothership flying through the air. That's a god. The old mercenary's expression changed when he saw the symbol of that mothership. Chapter 12:34. It was an especially huge mothership. It was like a meteorite, black and oppressive, suffocating everyone. It was completely black and had the word God on it. It was written in the ancient god language and emitted a strange power. God's arrival made everyone's heart sink. The Holy Light mercenary group members didn't dare to provoke it. They all avoided it and watched it fly past. Tanmao Star Field was vast and boundless. After arriving here, ships could be seen from time to time. However, none of them were as intimidating as God. This organization is strange and unpredictable. It's said that they can reach the end of the ancient universe. There are traces of them in many places. We can't provoke them. The old mercenary Hua Bai said, God is too strong. Some cultivators say that they aren't from the eternal Lord planet. They just built a base in our country. Another mercenary said, Dao Yi didn't speak. He just stared at God's mothership and pondered. Shio. A resplendent light streaked past. A ship in the distance was shot into pieces. It exploded like fireworks and turned into space dust. Tens of ships rushed past and attacked the fleet ahead. The ships there exploded one after another and light beams interweaved. Let's go! The Holy Light mercenary group's mothership opened a stargate and brought all the ships to jump through space to leave this place. They didn't want to be involved in this battle. It's the Chao family chasing after the Flame mercenary group. In the universe, when enemies met, there would be no lack of battles. Many large organizations entered this place and there would be no lack of conflicts. With old and new grudges added together, it could very well be a war. Tanmao Star Field was very vast. The Holy Light mercenary group searched step by step and covered the entire eastern region. However, they didn't find anything. Sai, the ancestors of the Sutua race descended on that ancient planet. We haven't seen them for 60,000 years. Now that they've found it, it's probably a wasted trip. Otherwise, why would they hand over the scroll? The old mercenary sighed. Many days passed. They used their life sensors to probe but found nothing. If there was an ancient land of life in this star field, it would have reacted long ago. During this period, they only saw universe ships one after another. They were all like them, coming for the ancient tree of life. There's no such thing as a free lunch. I don't think anyone can find that ancient land. Perhaps it's long been buried in the river of history. Many were dejected. Boom! There was a violent explosion, and a mothership was actually sunk. Many experts were killed, and the two opposing factions launched a fierce attack. The Holy Light mercenary group performed another space jump and changed their course. They didn't want to get involved in this dispute, as the Tampa Star region was very dangerous at the moment. This is extremely bad. If this goes on, we might also be attacked by others. It really is strange. Why did that ancient star disappear? Was the Sutua clan lying? The old mercenary said. Yi Fan also expressed some opinions and participated in the discussion. He believed that this ancient star might have been destroyed. Otherwise, why couldn't they find it? The universe was boundless, and those who were strong enough could cut down the stars. After such a long period of time, anything could happen. There is another situation. Back then, Sutua clan's ancestors entered the heaven domain established by deities. Later on, the entrance was sealed, so they couldn't find it again. Dao Yi spoke. He was extremely kind and radiant, loved to smile, making others feel close to him. The heavenly domain established by the ancient deities contained an ancient star. The other mercenaries were shocked. How terrifying of a divine might was this? The dark universe had no beginning or end. Many great powers were scattered throughout the Tampa Star region and would occasionally meet each other. Everyone was searching with all their might. This was no longer as simple as the prosperity of a clan, but rather something that could make an entire star region prosper. That planet ahead is a bit strange. Descend. The Holy Light mercenary group's mothership found a small planet. They sent battleships to land and carefully explore it. This wasn't a small planet. Not even a blade of grass grew on it, and there were craters everywhere. It looked incomparably desolate. The mothership discovered that there was a heavenly crater on it. It was exceptionally deep and looked like a black hole. This attracted their attention. Yi Fan's mothership was assigned to land here and carefully examine it. This heavenly crater is a bit strange. It doesn't look like it was formed by the impact of a meteor. It looks more like it was fought out. The old mercenary Hua Bai was rich in experience and immediately made this judgment. If this was confirmed to be true, it would undoubtedly be an important clue. At the very least, it meant that there had been experts roaming about here before, and living beings had appeared in this star region. The cabin door opened. Yi Fan, Hua Bai, Dao Yi, and a few others walked out one after another. They circled around the heavenly crater and revealed strange expressions. This couldn't have been created by a single punch, right? The diameter of the heavenly crater was several hundred li. It was extremely large, but it wasn't in the shape of a fist. It seemed to have been created by a sharp weapon. Could it be that it was stabbed out with a sword? The old mercenary Hua Bai frowned. It should have been created by a finger. The entrance of this heavenly crater is very similar to the tip of a finger. It looks like it was pierced through by a finger. Dao Yi expressed his opinion. Everyone shivered inwardly. This was at least a saint. What had happened in the past? Did he want to cut open this star? Could it be that there are divine ores here? Did an ancient saint descend here to excavate this star? Someone's eyes were burning with passion. He felt that this was quite possible. On the Eternal Lord Star, there would be many exploration ships entering the starry sky every year to carry out missions to search for divine ores. It was unknown how many stars had been destroyed. That's not the case. Dao Yi shook his head. He flew into the air, his golden hair shining brilliantly. He gestured with his hand. One finger pointed towards the heavenly crater while the other pointed towards the starry sky. The old mercenary Huabai's expression changed. The others didn't understand. Yi Fan nodded. He had long since seen through the truth. The person who could release this finger was extremely terrifying. He was definitely a matchless character. This was a finger that came from the depths of the starry sky. To be more precise, this finger was only the aftermath and wasn't specifically aimed at this place. It was unintentionally created during a battle by an exceptional expert. After Dao Yi finished his explanation, apart from Yi Fan and the old mercenary, everyone else's faces became snow-white. How terrifying of a character was this? This discovery was reported. The higher-ups of the Holy Light mercenary group were shocked. They searched along the path of the finger radiance and discovered a large group of meteors. This should be a star that had been pierced through by a finger and shattered here. Everyone was shocked. In the ancient times, there were peerless characters who fought fiercely here. The terrifying consequences of a single finger made everyone tremble in fear. Now, they could already confirm that Tan Mao star domain had creatures in the past. That ancient star might have been destroyed because of this. Perhaps it was because of this meteor belt. A black cosmos mothership sailed over, blotting out the sky and covering the sun. Compared to the other spaceships, it was like a high and mighty Tyrannosaurus Rex. A few major powers saw this and all retreated to make way for it. They were afraid of enraging it. This was an organization known as God. "What did you discover?" a hoarse voice asked. It came from that black divine ship. The Holy Light mercenary group couldn't afford to offend God, so they told him the truth. The black mothership was silent for a while. Then, two figures flew out and carefully explored the area. The huge black ship stopped here and attracted the attention of other major powers. Some spaceships gathered and observed from a distance. In the end, an important member of God's organization appeared. He wore a mask on which the word, God, was engraved. He stood in the void. He took out a sparkling and translucent white mirror and channeled a great amount of magic power to illuminate this star region in an instant. "It's actually a mirror of the past," the old mercenary Hua Bai exclaimed in a low voice. He said that this mirror could replay some events that had happened in the past. Even saints couldn't obtain such a treasure. The surface of the mirror was smooth and pure white. A group of hazy images appeared and gradually became clearer. Yi Fan was astonished. He had seen similar mirrors before. Duanda had one, and it was regarded as a treasure by him. It was said that this was polished from the frontal bone left behind by the great sage after he had transformed into the Tao. Those who had transformed into the Tao would occasionally leave behind true bones, and the frontal bone was where the Immortal platform was located. It represented wisdom and was extremely precious. This mirror could be refined into a supreme treasure and could be traced back to the past. Heavens! Cries of alarm rang out. Be it the Holy Light mercenary group or the other major powers, they were all stunned as if they had seen a ghost. The images in the transparent bone mirror gradually became clear. People discovered a finger pointing over. It was incomparably huge and shattered a star in an instant. The aftermath of the finger radiance rushed into the distance. Many people suspected that the shattered star was the ancient star with life in the past. But as the images continued to appear, they quickly overturned this idea. An imposing figure rushed out from the shattered star. The shattered star turned into a group of meteorites. The person who rushed out also rapidly enlarged and slammed his palm into the distance. This was clearly a great battle. The images were cut off, and people couldn't see the result. The people fighting are too powerful. Even the past mirror can't restore that battle. The images flashed, and the last shocking scene appeared. The past mirror completely dimmed. What kind of powerful existence is this? Everyone was astonished. The last scene was too unimaginable. A huge palm had enveloped a huge ancient star full of life energy and dragged it into the depths of the universe. This is too inconceivable. People were tongue-tied and speechless. The Sutra clan hadn't lied. There had indeed been a source of life here in the past. The reason it had disappeared was because it had been moved away by a huge hand. Chase. This hand has disappeared into the star field ahead. It has long since left the Tan-Mao star field. Is it good to chase like this? What if we encounter a peerless expert? So many years have passed. What kind of peerless character is there? I believe that even if that hand belonged to a god, it has long since passed away. Everyone was excited. When they thought of the ancient tree of life, the light in their eyes became fervent. An enormous black ancient ship moved through the sky. God's organization was the first to rush out, rushing towards the unknown star field to explore. Blazing light, destructive power, tens of thousands of Tao laws were released to their heart's content. This was a great battle that could destroy a star field. In the eternal star field, a world-shaking battle was underway. The Fire Qilin Cave's great sage had descended with an extreme ancient imperial weapon, ruling over the world. In this star field, many ancestral kings had descended. They wanted to wipe out this ancient star with life and seize everything. The Eternal Lord Star also flew high into the sky. Many experts had piloted mechas, rushing into outer space to participate in this great battle. This was a bloody battle. It was a crazy slaughter, and the scene was grand. The starry sky beyond the heavens was shattered, and a few saints were bleeding and dying. "Make your move," the Fire Qilin said. He appeared in the ice-cold cosmos, his thick blue hair scattered behind him as he stood beside an elder. A wave of heaven overflowing divine might surged, rising and falling like a vast ocean, vast and boundless. Then, the fluctuations became more and more terrifying, causing some stars to sway and engulf this star field. The Fire Qilin Cave's great sage had a terrifying ancient imperial weapon. Now that the weapon was reviving, he was about to release an extreme immortal might. At the same time, the Eternal Lord Star released a similarly powerful fluctuation. It was as if a hibernating war immortal had awakened. Divine multicolored light rushed into the heavens, directly attacking into outer space, opposing each other with equal harshness. Chapter 12:35. The battle was so bitter that even the starry skies were covered in blood. The fall of a saint would be accompanied by the burning of meteorites, turning them into cosmic dust. Boom! The extreme divine might erupted. The great sage of the Fire Qilin Cave opened his eyes and the universe was torn apart. 2 bolts of lightning shot out. In his hand was a brilliant weapon. It was blue and sparkling, beautiful and dazzling. The ancient imperial might was boiling. This was the famous Qilin staff. It was forged from eternal blue gold and was dazzling. At the end of the staff was a vivid Qilin head. It emitted an earth-shattering imperial might as if the supreme being of the past had come back to life. The great sage of the Fire Qilin Cave waved it forward and attacked the Eternal Lord Star in front of the star domain. He wanted to split this source of life in one strike. The brilliant blue light poured down like a river of stars. It was vast and boundless as it engulfed everything. The spaceships were smashed into pieces, unable to withstand a single blow. A cold snort was heard. The blazing light cut through the blue light and went against the imperial might. It arrived with extreme speed and actually struck the Qilin staff. The battle of the extreme Tao unfolded. The eternal immortal robe of the Eternal Lord Star appeared. The battle armor of the ancient deities was worn by someone to fight against the great sage of the Fire Qilin Cave. That's the immortal robe of the Tao evolution god. It's divine and transcendent. It can sweep through the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Cries of alarm came from all over the Eternal Lord Star. This battle robe had been lost for who knew how many tens of thousands of years. Everyone was searching for it. Who would have thought that it would appear today? This was an intense collision. Both sides fought until the sun and moon lost their light and the river of stars dimmed. All the ancient saints fled for their lives to avoid the aftermath. Otherwise, everything would have been wiped out. The aftermath of the extreme divine might would have destroyed everything. The great sage of the Fire Qilin Cave didn't have the upper hand even with the Qilin staff. The Tao evolution god robe was both offensive and defensive. That person was also the great sage and posed a great threat to him. The two tore apart the universe and circulated their immortal might to fight into the depths of the starry sky. Planets were constantly being cut open. The battle was so intense that it made people tremble. Kill, The Big Dipper Ancestral King and the Eternal Saint also started a world-shaking battle. The battle scene was magnificent and soul-stirring. Kill all the holy beasts. Don't let a single one escape. Kill them all. The people of the Eternal Lord planet roared. They went deep into the star domain. Stars shone one after another. These were all powerful war tools that had been deployed for many years. Now they were put to use. The planets surrounding eternity were all war fortresses, defensive island chains laid down tens of thousands of years ago, equipped with offensive capabilities. This was an extreme weapon that combined Tao patterns and technology. Now, it was like a primordial ferocious beast that opened its malevolent eyes and emitted boundless killing intent. An ancient king coughed out blood. Half of his body was pierced through and dripping with blood. He was seriously injured and flew outwards. Great Tao weapons and scientific martial arts swept out together. This was a blood-soaked stellar domain. An unprecedented slaughter and collision unfolded. Blood flowed, the battle continued, and the planet burned. Poof! Half of the other ancestral king's head was smashed apart. Bright red blood and white brain matter splashed out. His remaining eye revealed a deathly gray color, filled with unwillingness. Tens of thousands of stars shot out destructive light. This place was twisted into a land of death by the beams of light. Of course, the eternal star domain's losses were also great. Even though this was their main battlefield and they had laid down great Tao killing formations one after another, as well as many scientific martial weapons, they still couldn't gain the upper hand. The Big Dipper Ancestral King was too powerful. Moreover, it wasn't just a few people, but all the races working together. Their battle prowess was terrifying. Planet after planet was hacked apart by the ancient saints. The deployed Tao marks were destroyed, the weapons destroyed. As for those experts wearing mechas, many of them were torn apart, their blood dyeing the void. This was a bitter battle. Both sides suffered heavy losses. The ancestral kings were saint-level experts, and the death of any one of them was a nightmare for their race. They couldn't afford such losses. The eternal star domain's war fortifications were the result of many years of hard work. Tens of thousands of stars were built into fortresses that were scattered throughout this vast star domain. This level of battle was the largest in 50,000 years. This was a great collision between star domains. Roar! The old saint of the Herculean bull demon race fought until he went crazy. He used his Dharma ability and instantly became hundreds of thousands of meters tall. He turned into a black bull that stepped on the stars, his horns holding the sun and moon as he charged through the universe. His divine might was terrifying. Every time he charged, he would crush small planets one after another, destroying many of the war fortifications. There were a few times when he charged into the larger planets and entered the depths of the Earth. Then, with a violent struggle, the entire planet would split into pieces. It looked like a heaven-splitting beast had hatched from a giant egg. It was shocking to the world. This was a sensational battle. The ancient king race's expert was even more powerful. With a sweep of his gaze, many universe ships were destroyed. With a wave of his hand, he destroyed war fortresses one after another. This race was known as the top 10 ancient king races, and it wasn't without reason. He opened his mouth and swallowed a few small planets, scaring the people of the Eternal Lord planet into trembling. These holy beasts are too ferocious. Activate all defenses. We must stop them. The experts of the Eternal Star domain shouted. This was a calamity. The holy beasts from the outer realms were unprecedentedly powerful. With so many of them descending at the same time, it could be said to be a great disaster. In terms of individual combat power, they were inferior to the ancient king races. In terms of the number of saint-level experts, they couldn't compare. The Eternal Lord planet could rely on the war fortifications that had been perfected for thousands of years to turn this star domain into a terrifying killing field. Without these planets full of destructive power, the gate of the Eternal Lord planet would have been broken and the disaster would have befallen. An ancestor of the demonic Sound clan relied on his excellent body techniques to fly up into the sky and enter the sun and moon. He wanted to hide and enter the Eternal Gate, but he was hit by 18 divine lights at the same time. His body and soul were destroyed. The ancient king race's heart sank. It wasn't that their combat power was lacking, but that this sky domain was too terrifying. The arrangements of the Eternal Lord planet were displayed to the fullest at this moment. Even saint-level experts had fallen. The ancient race finally knew why the people of the Eternal Lord planet hadn't attacked previously. They had been waiting for today's opportunity. In order to deal with the stronger reinforcements, exposing these war fortifications too early was not worth it. They've been waiting patiently for our army to arrive. Only now are they revealing their fangs. They want to injure us severely. But with just these great Dao runes and saint-level weapons, they can't stop us. They're dreaming if they want to catch us all in one fell swoop. Kill them all. As long as we can get through, this ancient planet will be finished. The ancient race rushed forward with cold eyes. They mercilessly slashed at the planets. Blood and destructive light danced at the same time. The intensity and tragedy of this battle exceeded everyone's imagination. Neither side seemed to realize that the other was so strong. Boom! An intense tremor sounded. Large amounts of bloody light shot out. The meteors in front of them all exploded. The steel war fortresses and other things turned into scrap metal. Phoenix cries shook heaven and earth. Scarlet multicolored light and divine patterns filled the sky. The 9 Phoenix King appeared. He was like a divine phoenix born from flames. His hair danced about, and his eyes released cold lightning. With a raise of his hand, he swept through many defensive fortifications. He broke through. Could it be that the 9 Phoenix King broke through to the Great Sage realm? Someone from the ancient race cried out in alarm. They couldn't help but look over and see his incomparable combat strength. With a phoenix cry, the 9 Phoenix King released blood-colored divine chains of order. They were like the feathers of an immortal phoenix. His divine might overflowed into the heavens. With a single step, he reached 100,000 meters. With a punch, it was as if a phoenix had spread its wings. An enormous flaming bird appeared on his back and entered the battlefield. A miserable cry rang out. An incomparably enormous planet was melted by him. It turned into magma, and then it turned into cosmic ashes. 2 powerful figures rushed out. Their bodies were covered in flames, and even the primordial spirits in their foreheads were burning. Miserable cries tore through their hearts. These were 2 ancient saints. They howled in grief as they struggled. They didn't have any hope of living at all. Their auras quickly weakened, and they turned into 2 charred corpses. Their divine senses were completely destroyed. The number of eternal saints couldn't be compared to that of the Big Dipper. Every single ancient saint was an old ancestor, and for a great clan, they were extremely important. Right now, 2 of them died at once. This was naturally a great loss. The 2 great clans roared angrily. Their eyes were all red. Did the 9 Phoenix King become the Great Sage? He shouldn't have. He still hasn't broken through his shackles. The ancient race's people were shocked as well. An expert at the level of the 9 Phoenix King was too useful on the battlefield. His combat strength was heaven-reaching, and he could sweep through an entire region. This type of unmatched aura was even more fatal. It made the enemy tremble in fear. This battle will wipe out the Eternal Saints. We will fully descend and control this star. The 9 Phoenix King said. He rushed at the front like a scarlet arrow that overflowed the heavens. He carried the power to engulf the world as he swept through the stars. The destruction of the Eternal Lord star is imminent. Attack with everything you have. Many ancient kings responded. They followed behind him and slaughtered their way forward like a flood. The 9 Phoenix King was the future lord of the Blood Phoenix Mountain. His methods were heaven-reaching, and he slaughtered until one's scalp went numb. No one could stop his footsteps. Apart from this, the Fire Qilin Cave's Qilin Heavenly King had also come. He was equally as famous as the 9 Phoenix King, and he also unleashed a great slaughter. He swept forward as if there was no one stopping him. The Eternal Lord Star's various defensive structures were continuously torn apart. The losses were disastrous, and blood dyed the cosmos red. The Eternal Lord Star also had experts of this level, but they were outnumbered. In terms of the number of ancient saints, they couldn't compare. This group of holy beasts is too savage. With so many people descending together, we really can't stop them. What should we do? The people of the Eternal Lord's Star watched the battle through the large screen, and all of them were shaken. Blood gushed out. War planets exploded one after another. This made their hearts go cold. The original plan was to wipe them all out in one fell swoop, using the endless defensive structures to slaughter them. But now, a few figures who are about to become the great sage's arrows have appeared. They have broken through the layers of defenses, and all of our efforts have been for naught. Where are Luan Feng, Mi Luo, and the other peerless experts? If they were there to stop them, the 9 Phoenix King, Qilin Heavenly King, and the others would definitely stop. It definitely wouldn't be like this. The Sutua clan, they must have colluded with the outer region's holy beasts. They used the divine skin ancient diagram at this time to send away some of the peak figures of the Eternal Lord Star, leading to this result. I've already heard that this might be done under the orders of the 9 Phoenix King. The people of the Eternal Lord Star were terrified. The Holy Beast army had arrived. There weren't many of them, but every single one of them was an ancient saint. This was a great calamity. In the outer region's battlefield, the people of the Eternal Lord's Star continuously retreated. They couldn't hold on at all and quickly retreated. Could it be that the heavens want to destroy my eternal kingdom? The mortals who were waiting in their homes and watching the battle through the large screens were incomparably terrified. Their faces all turned pale, feeling as if doomsday had arrived. Damned Tan Mao star field, why did the ancient tree of life appear at this time? Is our Eternal Lord Star field going to be finished? Sorrowful cries rang out everywhere. In the depths of the cosmos, extreme Tao Immortal might spread out. The Fire Qilin Cave's great sage held the Qilin staff in hand as he fought against his opponent. They destroyed many ancient stars. The starry rivers grew dim, and it was hard to determine victory or defeat. This was a confrontation of extreme Daos. A great battle between 2 ancient emperor-level supreme beings that transcended space and time. In the cosmos, the Fire Qilin's blue hair scattered behind him. He stood in the void, his expression incomparably cold as he stared at the Eternal Lord Star. Seeing that he was about to slaughter his way in, he revealed a cold smile. At the same time, in the distant Tan Mao star field, Daoi also turned his head. It was as if he wanted to look through the void of the cosmos, through the starry rivers, and into the Eternal Lord Star field. Chapter 1236. Xiu. A majestic star was sliced in half. The Qilin staff was comparable to a heavenly sword, possessing exceptional sharpness. With a light slash, even a massive star would be destroyed. It was sparkling blue, beautiful to the point of dazzling. It represented unmatched power, the divine staff of an ancient emperor. It could defeat immortals and kill saints, its brilliance dazzling past and present. Fire Qilin Cave's great sage Yan Qi attacked fiercely with it. Large amounts of meteorites were swept into dust. There wasn't much in the cosmos that could stop it, not even stellar rivers. However, even after such a long time had passed, he still couldn't take down his opponent. This was also a great sage. His magical force was profound, able to look down on all creatures. He was definitely a formidable opponent. Thunder rumbled through the cosmos. The other party attacked again. A simple fist was calm and peaceful, containing the might of the heavenly Tao. It possessed a type of mountain-devouring might. The immortal clothes left behind by ancient deities weren't large mechas, but rather close-fitting. It was quite similar to the Big Dipper battle clothes, engraved with the imperial Tao of heaven and earth. This person wore precious clothes, his methods heaven-defying, and his offensive power was unmatched. Each time he attacked, great waves would sweep out for 10,000 li. This fist could instantly shatter a planet. Fire Qilin Cave's great sage Yan Qi frowned. According to what he knew, the people of the everlasting star domain relied on external artifacts, unable to comprehend natural luck themselves. However, why was this person so subversive? He could see that the other party's offensive power was extremely terrifying, and his understanding of the great Tao had reached a rarely seen level. This was a lonely person who couldn't find a worthy opponent. Yan Qi was someone with a special identity. He wasn't a cultivator from the archaic era, but rather from an even more ancient era. He was a giant during Fire Qilin Cave's resurgence, sealed within the divine source, only awakening in this world. He held the Qilin staff in hand, his entire body dyed in a sparkling blue color. Killing intent engulfed the heavens, making the sun, moon, and stars lose color. His battle intent surged. He brandished the scepter, releasing an unmatched wondrous technique. A Qilin image appeared, one that was millions and millions of zhang in height, devouring heaven and earth as it covered the other party. Large amounts of falling stars appeared, falling into the distance. They were all created by this strike. The starry skies trembled. However, the eternal great sage remained fearless. Under the pressure of the Qilin statue, he let out a light shout, and the light between his eyebrows surged into the sky, borrowing the divine battle armor to resist this attack. Raging immortal flames burned. The eternal great sage's entire body was covered in golden multicolored light, making the star domain tremble. His immortal clothes were humming softly. Many Dao patterns appeared behind him, condensing into dozens of golden war swords, hacking forward together. Within the brilliant immortal light, the Qilin was cut down. The Fire Qilin Cave's great sage Yan Qi retreated, his chest rising and falling. He had suffered a certain amount of damage. He stared fixedly at his opponent. Golden light flowed. The great sage of the eternal star domain wore a golden divine robe, and his body was covered in sparkling light. This was a set of armor forged from Dao Tribulation gold, and it would be difficult to find a second set in the world. Immortal Tears green gold, eternal blue gold, Dao Calamity gold, and so on. Every kind of divine gold was extremely rare. Even ancient emperors might not necessarily have a hard time obtaining them. The material of this immortal robe was pure, and its entire body was golden and translucent. It was dazzling, making its owner look like a god of war. Obviously, this person was very old. His gray hair draped over his shoulders, and his eyes were deep. He didn't seem to belong to this era. This was an armor left behind by the Dao evolution god from 1,000,000 years ago. It had been lost for who knew how many tens of thousands of years, and even the people of the Eternal Lord planet couldn't find its whereabouts. But today, it appeared in the world. The battle began once again. The great sage Yan Qi was valiant. The Qilin scepter in his hand danced up and down, drawing out rays of immortal light that caused the universe to rumble. It could easily cut off galaxies. However, the Eternal Star Domain's great sage wore the Dao Evolution God robe, and his magical power was unparalleled. He pressed forward inch by inch, incomparably powerful. Boom! Behind him, golden swords danced in the air. Dozens of swords moved, slicing through the planets in front of them one after another. Even Yan Qi had no choice but to dodge. The Fire Qilin Cave's great sage frowned. The more he fought, the more apprehensive he became. The other party was not weaker than him, and it was extremely difficult to determine victory and defeat. You are not a cultivator of the Eternal Star Domain. They don't pay attention to the treasures in their bodies and rely on external objects, but your strength is at the top, said the great sage Yan Qi, staring into his eyes. Who said that refining weapons can't reach the peak? There are countless Dao methods in the world. Some people can obtain Dao through painting, so why can't they use external weapons to resound to the 9 heavens? Yan Qi's heart trembled when he heard this. This was definitely a character that couldn't be provoked. He had touched upon his own path and was using external weapons to prove himself. Gradually, the two of them were almost exhausted. The ancient imperial weapon was so terrifying that it could suck the great sage dry and turn him into a skeleton. After a long time, they couldn't hold on any longer, and blood flowed out from the corners of their mouths. Great sage, please return quickly. The Eternal Lord planet can't be defended for much longer. A calamity is coming, and the people will be plunged into misery and suffering. A weak wail came from the starry sky. The expression of the great sage on the Eternal Lord planet changed. His gray hair danced in the wind as he turned to leave, tearing apart the universe and rushing back. Where do you think you're going? The great sage Yen Qi of the Fire Qilin Cave tried to stop him. The Qilin staff in his hand, which was as clear as a blue diamond, cut through the void and struck out horizontally, wanting to entangle him. Flames of the way surged, and golden flames soared. The divine robe of evolution shone with hundreds of millions of rays, shining like a god. He struck backwards and sped up into the distance. However, the giant Qilin that flew out of the Qilin staff almost killed him, causing more than a dozen streaks of blood to flow out of his mouth. Yen Qi laughed and said, "You can't leave unless you pay the corresponding price. Otherwise, you can only watch as the Eternal Lord planet is destroyed." One chased and the other fled, and the battle continued. Blue and golden light burst out from time to time between the two of them, destroying galaxies at every turn. If anyone else was here, they would definitely be covered in cold sweat. In the Eternal Star Domain, the battle had reached its final stage. Spaceships exploded one after another, and small planets were set ablaze. The entire star domain was in flames as if the end of the world had come. Miserable screams rose and fell. That was the aftermath of the collapse of the divine sense. It spread in all directions, and the cultivators of the Eternal Lord planet were forced to retreat, unable to resist the ancients. Under the leadership of the Nine Phoenix King and the Qilin Heavenly King, the ancients advanced bravely. They were unstoppable, cutting down the war fortifications that could harm saints and advancing quickly. A saint of the Chao family was killed by the old saint of the Herculean bull demon clan with his horn. He died in the starry sky. Does the heavens want us to die in the Eternal Lord planet? For so many years, we've gone on expeditions and reigned supreme in the sea of stars. In the end, we've provoked so many saint beasts. There were too many saints in the Big Dipper, and the people of the Eternal Lord planet were in despair. In this direction alone, there were more than a dozen ancient saints, each of them extremely powerful. They had no choice but to rush toward the Eternal Lord planet. They couldn't fight in the starry sky anymore, and most of the fortifications had been destroyed. Gods were born 1,000,000 years ago, and hundreds of thousands of years of glory. Is the bright eternal civilization coming to an end today? Even the saints were in despair. In the Eternal Star Domain, be it cultivators or mortals who watched the battle through the screen, they all felt a chill from head to toe. They had been defeated in this battle. The bloody truth was that the ending had been decided, and the curtains were about to fall. The heavens are so unfair, allowing us to prosper for eternity until now. Why are they suddenly going to be destroyed? Why are there so many saint beasts? This doesn't make sense. How can the Big Dipper ancient star be so terrifying? People cried out in grief. They couldn't accept this reality. They had been defeated, and the main force had retreated. Perhaps they were going to be wiped out. The Eternal Lord planet was gloomy, and mournful cries could be heard everywhere. Even the saints had been defeated. Where could they go? Their lives might all end today. Roar. Suddenly, a long roar rang out. The radiance of the Tao Tribulation's golden immortal clothes illuminated the entire cosmos. The great sage of the Eternal Lord planet tore open the star domain and rushed back. Retreat quickly. The Nine Phoenix King's expression changed. He was just a bit away from becoming the great sage. His divine sense was sharp, and he tore open the sky as he quickly fled with the saint beside him. The others also felt that the situation was far from good, and they all fled. The extreme Tao's immortal might pressed over through the vast expanse of stars, making their bodies feel like they were going to split apart. The whistling of the divine sense shook the universe. In the end, there were 3 saints who were a step too slow. As soon as they stepped into the realm gate, they were swept by the golden immortal light. They didn't even have the chance to groan before turning into a bloody mist. The Eternal Lord planet's great sage had returned, but he paid a great price. He coughed up blood, and the golden Tao evolution divine clothes were dyed red. Leave the divine clothes behind. The Fire Qilin Cave's great sage Yen Qi chased after him. He raised the blue divine staff and hacked forward. Golden light flashed, and the Tao evolution divine clothes protected its master. It pierced through the heaven and earth and flew towards the giant star ahead. If you don't come out, don't blame me for being merciless. I'll destroy this ancient star with life. Yan Qi said coldly as he raised the blue divine staff high up. The evolution fluid wasn't that important now. If they could obtain the ancient god's precious clothes, when the ancient prince was strong enough, they could refine it and take it for themselves. Who could compare to the Fire Qilin Cave's foundation? They would definitely be invincible. The Eternal Lord planet was filled with mournful cries. People ran in all directions, and many stargates appeared. Many major powers wanted to leave their homes and cross the universe. Living was better than dying. With the extreme Dao ancient imperial weapon here, who can leave? Yan Qi said coldly. He slowly pressed down the Qilin staff, and the imperial might surged, engulfing the ancient star. But at this time, propitious Qi surged and revolved around the ancient star. It protected the place and didn't allow the imperial might to descend. Yan Qi was shocked. He pressed down on the Qilin staff. He originally wanted to cut open a continent on this star, but he was stopped by a terrifying force. Ancient imperial great path. He couldn't help but change his expression. He thought of some things and his expression flickered. In the end, he silently put away the Qilin staff. What's going on? Some saints didn't understand and went forward to ask. A star that gave birth to an ancient emperor has their great path imprinted on it. If you want to destroy it, you will suffer a certain backlash, Yan Qi said with a frown. When everyone heard this, they were all stupefied. Was it activated by that great sage who wore Dao Tribulation golden clothes? Yan Qi nodded and said, it was him. This ancient star is extremely unordinary and shocking. From past until now, there have been at least 2 ancient emperor-level figures who have received the protection of 2 types of great Daos. How could it be like this? Are we just going to let this go like this? The other ancient races were impatient. They wanted to obtain the evolution liquid and other secrets of the Eternal Lord planet. I've long had enough of them, actually calling us holy beasts. I really want to immediately rush in and unleash a great slaughter, wipe them all out. An ancient king with black peng wings on his back said. After Yan Qi seriously thought for a bit, he said, don't act rashly, wait a bit first. This place has produced 2 supreme beings, so we cannot rashly enter. There will most likely be a murderous disaster. I hope that there is a descendant of a deity who will stay behind and fight with me. Fire Qilin spoke. His body was tall and sturdy, eyes like lightning as he stared at the Eternal Lord planet. On the great earth, all of the great clans became silent. Right now, the great Dao sealed the heavens, not even the stargates able to open, unable to leave. Interrogate the Sutua clan strictly, we have to get to the bottom of this. Correct. The Sutua clan has misunderstood the entire ancient star. They definitely colluded with those holy beasts, producing a divine skin that caused Luan Feng and Mi Luo's exceptional experts to leave. Otherwise, they might not have lost this battle. Quite a few people were shouting, suggesting that all of the Sutua clan's people should be immediately captured. Tan Mao star domain was already cold and cheerless at this time. Everyone went on their way, heading towards an even further star domain to explore that ancient land of life. Found it, there really is a life ancient star. 2 days later, a mercenary group's expert cried out in joy. They weren't the only ones who discovered it. Many people also sensed the fluctuations unique to life stars. Motherships rushed over one after another. Apart from the Chao family, Unsetting Sun King family, Blue Sea clan, Buddhist clan, and other undying inheritances, the Sacred Light mercenary group was naturally among them as well, hurrying to this brand new star domain. There really is a life star. This is a miracle. Everyone cheered. After going through so many hardships, they had finally found it in the entire star domain. Yi Fan sat cross-legged in the spaceship. As they approached the ancient star, he instantly opened his eyes, and an indescribable, inauspicious shadow appeared in his heart. The old mercenary Hua Bai seemed to have sensed something. He stood up in the cabin and mumbled to himself, "Why do I feel like a catastrophe is coming, like I'm in the middle of a killing field? Old Hua, you're having a hallucination again. We've finally found this life ancient star, and we'll most likely see the legendary life tree. What are you daydreaming about?" The other mercenaries teased him. Sigh, Old Hua, don't have many skills, but my prediction of life and death can be considered the best in the mercenary world. Otherwise, how could I still survive when all my peers have died? Huobai said. Uncle Hui, you're right. Some people are born with a terrifying instinct. If you feel it, you should leave quickly, Dowie said. Along the way, he had been easygoing and amiable with a smile as dazzling as his golden hair. However, at this moment, he looked solemn. Then, he turned around to look at the deep area of the star domain. It was the coordinates of the Eternal Lord Star, as if he wanted to see through something. Chapter 12:37. The gods had taken the lead and named this ancient land of life the fifth divine planet. This made people wonder if there was a special meaning behind it. Could it be that there were 4 other ancient planets? None of the major powers retreated. All of them rushed forward. The journey from Tanmao star region to the fifth divine planet was long and many people had died along the way. Now that they were about to see the tree of life, who would give up? This planet isn't big. It seems to be about to wither up. The life fluctuations are very weak. Even after approaching, the ripples on the life detector were very faint. This made people somewhat disappointed. This wasn't a huge planet. It's shrouded in leaden clouds, blocking our line of sight. It's difficult to scan the scenery on the ground. Everyone was astonished. How could ordinary clouds obstruct the exploration of the cosmic mothership? However, this dark gray mist cut off all kinds of senses. The planet was really small, of course, compared to the Eternal Lord planet. Yi Fan stared at the large screen and looked at the various scan data. He learned that this planet was similar in size to Earth, but its life aura was very weak. The dusky mist shrouded the planet, making the place look bleak. No one knew what the situation on the ground was like. Descend and prepare for battle. The first cosmic mothership rushed into the mist and landed on the ground, drawing out a silver-gray luster. The other organizations saw this and followed suit. Very soon, people cried out in surprise. Their disappointment was greater than their joy. This was a gloomy planet. There were high hills, huge mountains, ravines, and other places. Withered trees had taken root and stretched towards the sky. There was almost no greenery, and there were withered plants everywhere. It was as if it had suffered a calamity and the entire planet had lost its vitality. Yi Fan revealed a strange expression. In that instant, he had the illusion that this ancient planet used to be very big. However, it had withered, causing it to become smaller and smaller. It was a bit like Earth. This is a planet approaching the end of its life. The last vitality should have disappeared in the past few thousand years, the old mercenary Huobai said. The lakes on the ground had all dried up. Many majestic mountains were no longer magnificent and lifeless. Old trees had lost all their leaves and were about to fall at any time. There were also many cliff scars of broken waterfalls. This was disappointing. When a place of life was approaching its end, what kind of divine tree could there be? It had most likely been taken away. Look, there's some green life there. Inside Yi Fan's battleship, a mercenary stared at a cliff on the screen. The life force there was very weak, and a green light flickered. The flying ship drew a beautiful trajectory and descended from the sky. The old trees and vines on the cliff were all tangled up and withered. Amidst the yellow grass, there was a medicinal plant with a dozen or so green leaves, releasing the last of its spiritual energy. The cabin door opened and everyone walked out. An old herb that's half the height of a person. This is a jade unicorn orchid. To be able to grow to such an extent, it must be at least 50,000 years old. It's a young king herb. Everyone sighed in amazement. This was a precious medicine, but unfortunately, the world changed and it also declined. It relied on its original spiritual essence to support itself until now, but now, its value was completely lost. The old mercenary Huobai dug up the ground and found the dried-up dragon vein. He nodded. Old Yao had relied on this to survive. What a pity! We finally found a life star. But it was a wasted trip. The other mercenaries were dispirited. In the distance, a spaceship streaked past and rushed in another direction. There seemed to be a new discovery there. They also went on their way. Someone found a giant tablet and broke a restriction. Then, an ancient building complex appeared. Soon after, People took action. Many abandoned cities appeared from the seal and towered on the ground. There really are traces of life. There used to be a group of natives here, but I don't know where they are now. People rushed into the city and searched the buildings. Unfortunately, the useless items were mostly left behind by mortals. The cultivators of this star moved most of their sex away. That's why it's difficult to find their inheritance. This was because, on those majestic mountains and the extraordinary valleys, there were clearly many traces of buildings that had been uprooted from the ground. The entire clan migrated. Where did they go? It should be something that happened in the last 10,000 years. This planet still has slight life fluctuations. There should still be a part of the dragon vein underground that hasn't withered. Not long after, a violent explosion came from the distance. A mothership was sunk, emitting a glaring light. Many spaceships rushed over. I found a majestic altar with a sprout of the tree of life enshrined on it. It's surging with essence energy. The Sacred Light mercenary group summoned their mercenaries and gathered there. They wanted to get a share of the delicious soup. Yi Fan, Huabai, Dao Yi, and the others rushed over. This was discovered by the Brahmin race. They opened a sealing scroll and revealed an altar the size of a small mountain. It was made of black crystals and was of a grand scale. There were many sacrificial items at the center of the altar, such as a few lustrous white holy bones, some dried bloodstains, and scattered artifacts. The most eye-catching item was a jade plate at the center. It was high up in the sky and emitted an astonishing aura of life. There was a foot-long tender branch on the pure white jade plate. There were a dozen or so green sparkling tender eyes on it. Essence energy lingered around them, but it was sealed by the jade plate and couldn't leak out. The ancient tree of life. The people who rushed over cried out in surprise. The battle just now had started because of this. This is the ancient tree of life's most tender divine sprout. It's its essence. Some people rushed forward and found that the holy bones on the altar, the dried blood trough, and the other artifacts were all emitting light and sweeping them away. There are powerful restrictions on the altar. We can't attack it by force. Be careful. People from all sides attacked together, wanting to destroy the ancient altar. The tree of life's tender branch had appeared. This was definitely a divine-grade precious medicine that could regenerate flesh and bones from the dead. It also contained great Tao fragments. Yi Fan frowned. He didn't rush forward rashly and watched from afar. The old mercenary Hua Bai was also muttering to himself as he stood behind the crowd. God's organization had arrived. The black mothership covered the sky and covered the earth. It shot down a beam of blinding light and destroyed a part of the restrictions. The tree of life. Heavens, we really found this immortal medicine. Suddenly, cries of alarm came from the distance. The mothership was fighting, and experts were flying through the air. They clashed fiercely and all disappeared into a mountain ridge. Boom! At the same time, smoke and dust rushed into the sky from the altar. Everyone attacked together, and in the chaos, someone snatched away the tree of life's tender branch. In the depths of the mountain range 100 li away, multicolored light rushed into the heavens. Auspicious colors flourished and could be seen even from far away. Many people turned around and rushed over. Compared to the true ancient tree of life, a small tender branch was nothing. In a short 100 li, many people shed blood. In order to reduce the number of competitors, they plotted against each other. Even God's organization was secretly attacked, and a piece of the cosmic mothership was damaged. People rushed into the mountain range amidst the chaos, leaving behind many corpses and bloodstains. The value of an immortal tree could even move great emperors, let alone these people. Miserable cries sounded one after another. Tens to hundreds of people lost their lives, but they couldn't get close to the wondrous tree. There was a terrifying formation here. The majestic mountain range and magnificent peaks should have been a treasured land containing immortal energy. It had the aura of ascending immortals and emperors, but now, it was all dried up. There were many old trees, and they were all dried up. Most of them had fallen onto the ground, and they would immediately break when stepped on. In the depths of this mountain range, green multicolored light surged. An immortal tree took root in the heart of the forest. The other plants there had all withered, and the spring water had lost its spiritual essence. Only a meter-tall ancient tree by the pond was still releasing spiritual essence. For a tree, it really was quite short, the tallest being no more than 1.2 meters. However, the trunk was upright and strong, and there were cracks on its old bark. It was as if a horned dragon was hibernating here. The leaves on its surface flickered with green multicolored light, dancing about like immortal rainbows. The mist of light was hazy, and it looked incomparably wondrous, making people feel close to it. Meanwhile, Tao sounds were rumbling in this place, surrounding the ancient tree. It was as if the primordial sound of heaven and earth being split apart was being released. It really is the ancient tree of life. Who would have thought it was actually left behind? Everyone was moved, and quite a few people couldn't help but roar towards the sky. This was simply a heavenly divine opportunity, an unimaginably great natural luck. There were many corpses on the ground, and there were even large amounts of blood. It was clear that a struggle had just happened. No one could get close, and they could only watch from afar. There was a stone tablet here. God organization had appeared, and they were currently earnestly studying it. There were also people from a few great powers who came forward. Some secrets were recorded on it. This ancient land had dried up, and they had no choice but to migrate their entire race. Serious internal strife had occurred along the way, and then they were attacked by terrifying cosmic creatures. They were almost completely wiped out, and an old saint risked his life to break out of the encirclement, bringing the ancient tree of life back to their homeland. Beside the stone tablet, there were traces of Tao transformation, and only a piece of lustrous white bone remained. The old saint had long passed away in meditation many years ago. So that's how it is. The people of this ancient land of life were killed in the cosmos, and their race was most likely wiped out. That tender sprout on the altar was offered by him. Was he praying to the heavens to protect his race? Many people came to a sudden realization, and then their expressions became uncertain. They were anxious, but they had no way to go forward. There was actually a great sage-level formation here. Several saints attacked it, and all of them were heavily injured. The others died on the spot. This is the great sage's formation. Even experts of the same level might not be able to break through it. Unless one is wearing a divine mecha, they won't be able to enter. The group was first delighted, but then despaired. The records of the Sutra race's divine skin scroll were real, and they had finally found this ancient planet. But in the end, this was the result. Even if they destroyed this ancient planet, this mountain range could still be preserved. They couldn't obtain the divine tree, and this kind of feeling of guarding a treasure mountain without being able to obtain it made them extremely unwilling. God organization was also helpless. They had come with 4 people, but none of them was a great sage. Their eyes flickered with uncertainty. The legendary immortal tree has disappeared for countless years, and now it has reappeared, but we can't obtain it. Everyone felt as if there was a bug gnawing on their hearts. Return to the Eternal Lord planet and invite experts with profound Tao patterns. I don't believe we can't open this place. In the end, after hundreds of attempts, and leaving behind a ground full of corpses, some of the great races rushed towards the Eternal Star region. They fought with speed and time, all wanting to be the first to return to the Eternal Lord planet. They wanted to seize the initiative and have their elders invite experts to destroy this place and seize the immortal medicine. Great sage Yen Qi of the Fire Qilin Cave had led the ancient kings to seal the Eternal Lord planet. They had attacked several times, but they couldn't break through the protection of the ancient sovereign path. They had paid a blood price for nothing. There's a star door open there. The ancient sovereign path has sealed this planet, and even they can't enter. Oh, a few more groups of people have appeared. Capture them all. Those who had rushed back from the 5th divine planet were immediately discovered. They were instantly captured by the ancient kings who descended from the sky, all of them pale. Great sage, we've discovered a shocking piece of news. A saint from the Fire Qilin Cave was trembling as he whispered to great sage Yen Qi. Lord Nine Phoenix King, something big has happened. In the distant starry sky, there's actually an immortal medicine. On the other side, someone reported to the person in charge of the Blood Phoenix Mountain. At the same time, the Qilin Heavenly King and the other ancient saints also learned of this. All of them were shocked. They personally interrogated the captives and examined their seas of consciousness. It really is an immortal medicine sprout. This is the ancient life tree. Great sage Yen Qi couldn't remain calm. Many cultivators had returned from the fifth divine planet to ask for help, but they were all captured. One of them took advantage of the chaos on the altar to snatch a sprout. Although it was only the size of a fingernail, it was enshrouded in immortal qi, illuminating Yen Qi and Fire Qilin's faces. I must obtain this immortal tree. Each immortal medicine contains a secret that even the primordial emperor was obsessed with. Yen Qi stared at the sprout in his palm and quickly made a decision. Chapter 12:38. The fingernail-sized sprout flowed with immortal splendor in Yen Qi's palm, making his palm and fingers green and overflowing with immortal energy. The Fire Qilin received it. Divine radiance shot out from his eyes, confirming that there was no mistake. This was indeed a divine sprout that hadn't matured and could save a life. The kings were all alarmed. There wasn't a single one who wasn't shaken. The undying immortal medicine was extremely important. During the archaic years, only ancient emperors could possess it, and it would accompany them for their entire lives. Now that they heard that a withered ancient star had a tree of life, how could they not be moved? This was a divine fate that could allow one to live a second life. 9 Phoenix King, we should head out first. If we are a step too late, the Fire Qilin Cavern will definitely obtain it. The various clans couldn't remain calm. For the sake of the undying immortal medicine, they could throw away everything. Once they obtained it, it would greatly affect their clan. During these days, they had sealed off the main eternal star, but they couldn't break in. Instead of this, they might as well seize another great opportunity. Charge into that star domain and seize the ancient tree of life. A few ancient kings set out, joining together to form a powerful force. They knew that only by working together would they be able to compete against the archaic imperial race. Let's go as well. From this sprout, it can't be fake. There really is an undying medicine. The Fire Qilin said, I've heard that there is a tree of life in the cosmos, a type of immortal medicine. I never thought that there would be a day when I would face it. The great sage Yen Qi's eyes burned with passion. For the Fire Qilin Cavern, this was an extremely rare opportunity. They had the advantage, and with the arrival of the great sage and the Qilin staff in hand, who could contend against them? This was an omen that the Fire Qilin Cavern was heading towards glory. Set sail, we're heading for the 5th divine star. The Fire Qilin Cavern also moved. Under Yen Qi's command, a few ancient kings followed and rushed into the cosmos. Being trapped in the main eternal star and unable to break out, there might be even greater opportunities in another place. Everyone understood what to do. There were enough captives, and each clan had a guide. They majestically rushed towards the Tamu star domain and then jumped towards the 5th divine star. My clan's Qilin divine medicine seed fell into the hands of the human race's holy physique. We couldn't find him and couldn't retrieve him. If we can obtain the ancient tree of life, it can be considered a type of compensation. Within the universe mothership, the people of Fire Qilin Cavern were all excited. The ancient sages of the various races that followed them were also thinking, tactfully expressing their wishes. Great sage Yen Qi said, Everyone, don't worry. If you help me obtain the treasured tree, I will definitely pluck fresh and tender divine herb sprouts and gift them to all of you. The sages were overjoyed to receive an affirmative answer. Great sage, please be careful. The 9 Phoenix King and the others have already split up. Even though they can't compare to you, if they seize the initiative, something unexpected might happen. With the Qilin divine staff in hand, no one can defy the heavens. Everyone can rest assured. Another saint from the Fire Qilin cave said, They were extremely fast. After many spatial jumps, they arrived at the 5th divine planet. Oh, be careful of those deities. From the consciousness of those captives, it's not hard for us to see that this force is very strong and cannot be underestimated. The universe mothership descended and landed on the 5th god planet. The gray mist was dispersed, allowing the gray world to have a hint of life. There was a fierce battle on the ground. Several experts from God's organization were fighting against the ancestral king, and they had the upper hand. Some ancestral kings rushed over first, but in the end, they were injured and obstructed. Something's wrong. I feel a little uneasy. The fire Qilin stood on this dried-up land, and a layer of haze appeared in his heart. What's wrong? Great Sage Yanqi asked with a frown. It's nothing. Maybe it's just my misperception. I feel uneasy. We should be careful, the fire Qilin said. They had already come here, so it would be unreasonable to retreat now. Great Sage Yanqi is here. The first batch of ancestral kings saw them and called for help. Yanqi took a step forward. The great sage's might covered the sky and earth, sweeping out like a vast ocean. Immediately, several deities were sent flying and dripping with blood. Regardless of whether it was the great powers of the Eternal Lord planet, the deities, or the ancient race ancestral kings who arrived first, their expressions changed. This kind of power was enough to say that they had no hope. Yanqi looked disdainfully at the world. The great sage's might was displayed to its fullest. The entire ancient planet trembled with each step he took. More than 10 ancestral kings followed behind him. They belonged to different races. This was an absolutely incomparable power. No side could contend against it. In the depths of the mountain range, it was absolutely silent. The tree of life overflowed with multicolored light like a hibernating horned dragon. No one dared to contend against it. A great sage had personally arrived. He possessed an unrivaled domineering aura. No one dared to look him straight in the eye. They all lowered their heads. Ha! Yanqi laughed loudly. It was so loud that everyone's ears hurt. Some experts directly collapsed and turned into a bloody mist. This was the might of the great sage. Even saints felt a chill from head to toe. Yanqi seriously stared at the tree of life. His eyes were like two small suns. At the same time, strands of killing intent seeped out. Just as everyone was trembling with fear and uneasiness, a cold voice came from the sky. You are too tyrannical. Someone from God's organization had arrived. A strange man wearing a mask walked out from the ancient ship and looked down at Yanqi. His gaze was similarly incomparably terrifying. It was enough to crush the mountain peaks below. Scram! Yanqi's gaze was cold and domineering. Even though he already knew that God was terrifying, he didn't care at this moment. He held the Qilin staff in his right hand that flickered with blue light and slashed at the sky. You! The great sage of God's organization was shocked. He tore open the void and avoided the extreme imperial might. Even though his reaction was fast, he was still affected. The Qilin staff shattered the universe. The aftermath swept out for thousands of miles and crushed the lower half of this person's body into meat paste. He was seriously injured. God didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned around and fled into the depths of the universe, disappearing without a trace. This was a type of intimidation. Using a great sage to establish his might made everyone tremble. Now, who dared to contend against him? They all retreated. In the outer realm, Yi Fan and the old mercenary Hua Bai saw this scene. Their pupils contracted. The imperial might was unstoppable. Sigh, this old man's premonition has come true. This place might flow with rivers of blood. Even God has been forced to retreat. If their master god comes, I fear that there will be a great massacre. Hua Bai said. He was a mutant, a legend in the mercenary world. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lived until now. He had a type of instinct. Like Yi Fan, he retreated into outer space and gave up on the fight for the ancient tree of life. I couldn't break through the Eternal Lord Star, but I obtained an immortal medicine. The affairs of the world are hard to predict. It really is fate. The great sage Yanqi muttered to himself. He coldly swept his gaze over the people of the Eternal Lord Star, revealing his killing intent. Everyone lowered their heads. However, there was one person with a fearless smile. It was extremely brilliant as he looked at Yanqi directly. "Who are you?" Yanqi asked. "The one who will kill you." Daoi spoke. His expression was indifferent and his steps were unhurried. He was extremely calm. Everyone was shocked and revealed expressions of disbelief. Who was this person? He actually dared to speak to the great sage like this? The saints all revealed strange expressions. A few ancient races laughed cruelly. This seemingly sunny young man was simply seeking his own death. Yen Qi laughed loudly and shook his head. Even the Eternal Lord Star's great sage, who wore the Tao Evolution Immortal clothes, was defeated by him. Who else in this universe could be his opponent? No matter what, the ancient tree of life was already his. Not even God could stop him, let alone a little brat. I was also frivolous in my youth, but I wasn't as rash as you. This is no longer hot-blooded, but stupidity. Are you courting death? Yen Qi asked the great sage. In his hand, the Qilin divine staff flickered with sparkling blue light. It looked dreamy and illusory. In this place he was the ruler. No one could defy him. Laughable. Challenging a great sage, you truly overestimate your own abilities. In your next life, you should learn to be respectful. A few ancient races sneered and mocked. Is that so? In a while, remember what you said? Daoi smiled. His teeth were snow-white and extremely brilliant. His golden hair fluttered in the wind, smooth and supple. The shadow in the fire Qilin's heart became even stronger. This was an instinctive feeling. He took a step forward, pulled Yen Qi and shouted in a low voice, "Go!" Yen Qi's heart trembled. He knew that this ancient prince's primal instincts were especially sharp. He immediately brandished the divine staff and hacked forward. He wanted to kill Dao Yi and tear apart heaven and earth at the same time to leave. Dao Yi disappeared with a flash and arrived beside the ancient tree of life. In that place, terrifying light surged. A thick golden wall blocked the ancient imperial weapon's attack and released a sonorous sound. How did he enter the great sage's formation in one step? Many people were horrified. What exactly is going on? A golden wall rushed up and actually blocked the extreme imperial weapon. Many people cried out. They had a bad premonition. At the same time, the entire ancient star began to shake. The heaven and earth were sealed. The stargate couldn't be opened and the void couldn't be torn apart. I've waited for you all for many days. Daoi smiled. His smile was peaceful, easily giving others a good impression. Everyone became stupefied, especially the ancient race. They all trembled inwardly. They all wanted to leave this star first before doing anything else. The great sage Yen Qi's expression was cold to the extreme. The ancient imperial weapon in his hand hacked forward again. However, the golden divine wall stretched out and couldn't be broken through. Everyone had a bad premonition. The ancient race saints gathered together. Their hearts went cold. They had fallen into someone else's trap. I have the Qilin divine staff. Do you think you can deal with me? When Dao Yi heard this, he laughed loudly. He placed his hand on the ancient tree of life. The divine multicolored light dimmed and turned into a branch. It was the length of an arm and wasn't a perfect ancient tree. It landed in his palm. Everyone widened their eyes, looking at this scene in disbelief. At the same time, light flickered. An emerald green tender shoot appeared on his wrist. It was sparkling and translucent, and essence energy flowed in all directions. Everyone was shocked. This was the tender shoot on the altar. It was missing an immortal sprout, and the cut was quite new. Dao Yi smiled and said, I used a divine skin scroll and a tender shoot from the ancient tree of life to invite you all. The cost isn't that great. Yen Qi was furious. The immortal sprout in his palm flowed with dazzling immortal splendor. He really wanted to crush it. Be careful, don't destroy it. Who knows, this immortal sprout might save your life in the end. Dao Yi smiled. Do you think you can kill me? The ancient imperial weapon can sweep through the world. Who can stop it? The great sage Yen Qi's heart was a bit cold. The ancient imperial weapon naturally needs the ancient imperial formation to deal with it. When Dao Yi's words fell, boundless divine light surged. With this mountain range as the center, boundless immortal splendor surged, sealing the entire ancient star. This planet was extremely small. A screen of light engulfed it, isolating it from the universe. Who exactly are you? You actually grasped the ancient imperial formation? Yen Qi asked coldly. I don't have the ancient imperial formation. I only know that there are remnants of the formation here. I have studied it deeply, so I made use of it. I've been waiting for you all this time, Daoyi said. Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. The so-called divine skin scroll and the ancient tree of life were all bait. This was a trap. You want to stop me with just a broken killing formation? Today I'll kill you first. The Qilin staff in the great sage Yan Qi's hand shone with immortal splendor. Is that so? Then why don't you dare to act rashly? Dao Yi was calm. I've also arrived. The broken ancient imperial killing formation doesn't seem to be enough, but I can make up for it. The golden immortal splendor of the Tao tribulation flashed. The great sage of the eternal Lord star arrived. A loser dares to come and show off. Yan Qi said coldly, You really think I've lost? Everything is just for the sake of taking the ancient imperial weapon from your hands today. The Tao evolution divine robe was dazzling. A figure descended from the sky and landed in front of Dao Yi, further protecting him. Kill all future offenders and solve the eternal danger. Dao Yi said solemnly. Chapter 1239. The Divine Skin Scroll, the Tree of Life, they were all part of the plan to lure the great sage Yan Qi into the ancient emperor formation and kill him. The curtains fell and the killing began. This was a massacre. Bright light and blinding light transformed into the roars of dragons and cries of phoenixes that swept through the heroes present. In the depths of the mountain range, Dao Yi watched all of this calmly. The great sage beside him had already made his move, suppressing the Fire Qilin Cave's blue-gold divine staff. What was the most powerful in ancient times? Other than the living great emperors, it was naturally their weapons and formation diagrams. The latter did not require spiritual power to be activated. As long as they were activated, it was equivalent to an ancient emperor attacking. Blood splattered everywhere as the ancient race saints fled in defeat. Corpses were left behind, and lives were ended one after another. In the ancient emperor killing formation, they were as fragile as porcelain. Every ray of light swept past, and a person died. Their bodies were covered in cracks, including their primordial spirits. The saints were bleeding and dying. Bang! A black ape as tall as a mountain with demonic wings on his back fell into a pool of blood. An ancient emperor's sword ray pierced through his forehead, killing him in one blow. Another ancient king transformed into a four-headed and eight-armed body, defending against the peerless killing light. But it was futile. His body was covered in bloody holes in an instant, and he died unwillingly. No one could resist. They charged forward frantically, wanting to escape, but how could they? The ancient emperor formation was activated and operated on its own. This was a killing field isolated from the universe. Wherever the light swept past, there was only destruction. The entire planet was sealed, and no one could escape at this moment. Blood qi filled the air, and Tao patterns interweaved, forming a world of azuras. Great sage, please save us. The saints gathered towards Yan Qi. At present, only he could hold on. The blue Qilin divine staff revived, suppressing the universe and forming a temporary harbor of peace. Within this formation, huge mountains turned into Tao marks that pressed forward. The ancient emperor formation could bestow spiritual consciousness to the world's gods of the universe, making them temporarily immortal and coexisting with the extreme Tao. A jet-black ancient race expert with a wingspan of over a dozen miles wanted to soar into the sky, but he was crushed by two approaching mountains and turned into meat paste. His blood flowed down like a small river. An ancient race expert with a human head and a snake body that was 8 to 9 miles long was torn apart by a formation pattern. His blood dyed the ground red. This was a tragic battle. Even though the ancient emperor formation was incomplete, with less than 30% of the formation diagram remaining, it could still kill all the heroes in the world. At this moment, there was no suspense. The array diagram awakened, hazy and indistinct. The interweaving rays of light covered the entire planet, killing everything in its path. Flame Qilin roared in anger, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. Apart from him and Fire Qilin, all the experts of the Fire Qilin cave had been killed. 8 or 9 ancient saints of the other races who had followed them had also been killed. Time passed too quickly. It was almost an instant kill. This was the power of the ancient emperors. When they were alive, they were the best in the world. After their deaths, they would shake the world and be unstoppable. The great sage Yan Qi roared angrily. He used his divine staff to tear apart the sky and earth, wanting to kill a way out. Blue light swept the heavens. He could protect the people around him and temporarily block the formation diagram. However, the other party also had an emperor weapon and quickly closed in. The Tao Evolution's celestial robe shone with millions of rays of light. Behind him, immortal qi gathered and dozens of golden immortal swords appeared. They slashed down together, forcing him to retreat and spit out blood. Dao Yi was familiar with the emperor-level formation here and told the great sage how to enter and exit it. With the protection of the Tao Evolution celestial robe, this person was unstoppable. The aura he displayed now was much stronger than a few days ago. The great sage of the Fire Qilin Cave's expression changed. This person was not weaker than him. This was a battle to the death. Whether the ancient race could escape depended on whether Yan Qi was strong enough. Only he could defy the heavens. Do you dare to fight against me? The Fire Qilin roared. His blue hair fluttered in the wind and a Qilin diagram appeared on his slender and strong body. The blood in his body rumbled like thunder, shaking the heavens until it exploded. Dao Yi stood tall and straight like the morning sun. He smiled and said, "Why wouldn't I dare? Do you still have the life to fight against me?" Yan Qi, block the person wearing the ancient emperor clothes for me. I will go and kill the culprit. The Fire Qilin spoke. Patterns appeared under his feet and an ancient diagram appeared. He turned into a ray of light and rushed out. Dao Yi revealed a strange expression and focused on preparing for battle. It was a Qilin diagram that seemed to have a life of its own. It severed the formation patterns that rushed out from the ground and protected the Fire Qilin. Could be called a divine object. To be able to move within the damaged ancient emperor formation, it is limited by the material. Even though it isn't an emperor-level weapon, it can be classified as an immortal treasure. It came from the hands of an ancient emperor. Dao Yi said softly. Every single ancient emperor's magical force was unrivaled. Apart from their own weapons, they might also refine a few life-saving magical artifacts for their children. Your Highness, I will help you get rid of him. Wan Feng and Mi Luo, who had disappeared for many days, spoke at the same time. Forget it. You two aren't familiar with the ancient emperor diagram and don't have an imperial weapon to protect you. A single wrong step will result in your deaths. Moreover, I need him and also want to fight against him. Dao Yi laughed. He was extremely relaxed and didn't seem to mind. He pointed out with his hand and a jade pendant appeared. It actually opened up the void and produced a secret passage, allowing Wan Feng and Mi Luo to leave. You two return to Eternal Lord Star and kill those Big Dipper experts who haven't arrived yet. He gave this order. Wan Feng and Mi Luo obeyed. They were extremely moved. Only today did they find out that this person was the youngest son of Dao Yen deity. He was sealed in divine source and revived in this era. Not long ago, someone told them that they could use the divine skin ancient scroll to search for Tan Mao star domain and that they didn't need to stop the foreign holy beasts. However, they never expected the mysterious person to have such a great background. The two of them disappeared. The Fire Qilin released a long roar. His hair was standing on the immortal treasure Qilin diagram and he instantly arrived to fight Dao Yi. In the Fire Qilin's hand, a blue divine staff appeared. It was resplendent and sparkling and actually released an unmatched imperial might. No one had expected this kind of scene. It was shocking. Had the third imperial weapon appeared? How was this possible? This was an imitation and was exactly the same as the Qilin divine staff. It was also a forbidden weapon and the number of times it could be used was limited. However, its power wasn't weak. Back then, when Yi Fan wanted to kill the Heavenly Prince, he had fought against several ancient princes. He had used the Green Cauldron to stop them. And now, the Fire Qilin suddenly took out this imperial weapon imitation. He wanted to kill them in one blow and use his own power to instantly reverse the situation and kill the culprit. It was because the few remaining saints were also about to fall. Every second of delay would cause blood to splash out. It was an unbearable burden. Dao Yi put away his smile. Faint golden light appeared on his body. A terrifying set of undying divine clothes covered his body. Imperial might pervaded the air. He also had an imperial weapon imitation. At this moment, it suddenly appeared. Surging golden energy surged and surged outwards, about to tear apart heaven and earth. The two of them didn't make contact. This was a confrontation between ancient imperial weapons and had nothing to do with their strength. They fought through the air. The sparkling blue divine staff hacked down. Golden Dao tribulation immortal light danced about. Blinding radiance erupted between the two as they collided head-on. Pooh! The fire Qilin spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His body flew outwards. His head of blue hair all stood on end. A streak of lightning radiance shot out from his mouth. He was like an angry Qilin as he threw himself over murderously again. Dao Yi didn't move at all. He was still fighting the fire Qilin through the air. Mist was hazy between the two of them. Dao marks were endless as the two imperial weapon imitations clashed. Do you dare fight with me outside this region? Throw away the imperial weapon and fight with your own strength? The fire Qilin shouted. You aren't my opponent. Dao Yi calmly said, my imperial weapon imitation cracked after being smashed by the immortal cauldron, so it naturally can't suppress your divine clothes. Do you dare to fight me to the death? The fire Qilin said, first, your cultivation realm is a level lower than mine. If you fight me, you will undoubtedly die. Second, you guys are already in my trap. I don't want to open an opening. Third, if you can escape by luck, when your cultivation realm is high enough, I can accept your challenge. After understanding the fire Qilin's cultivation, Dao Yi spoke of these 3 points. The fire Qilin was looked down upon. His eyes were like divine lamps. He suppressed a wave of resentment in his heart. With a roar that shook the 9 heavens, he activated the divine staff and made it burn. He was going to stake his life on the line. Come back! Great sage Yan Qi cried out in alarm. He was afraid that the fire Qilin would exhaust his source energy and disregard everything to perish together with the enemy. Moreover, he felt that doing this might not necessarily be able to kill Dao. This person had most likely become a saint. Yan Qi turned around. The true Qilin divine staff in his hands split the cosmos, sweeping the fire Qilin back to protect him. At this time, the scene was too tragic to look at. There were more than 20 ancient kings that came to the 5th divine planet, but now only 5 or 6 of them were left. The rest had all died in battle. The situation was incomparably critical. If this continued, everyone would die. The other party had an imperial weapon and an ancient imperial formation. They couldn't resist. Prince, use the Qilin diagram to leave first. Yan Qi transmitted secretly. He felt bitter and had a bad premonition. However, Dao Yi calmly stood not far away and didn't give them a chance. He would attack the fire Qilin at any time. Does the heavens want us to die? Great sage Yan Qi despaired. The only thing worth rejoicing about was that there was still an ancient imperial daughter who hadn't come. Otherwise, all hope would have been lost. Dao Yi completely controlled the situation. The ancient race's defeat was only a matter of time. He opened his heavenly eyes and cut through the clouds. He looked towards outer space and stared at Yi Fan and the old mercenary ship. He revealed a toothy smile and said, "Are the two of you well?" The old mercenary sighed. This old one had eyes but couldn't see. "Greetings, Your Highness. Senior is a genius of a generation. There is no need to be like this. There are still some dangers here. Please leave early," said Dao Yi. "Okay." The old mercenary Hua Bai was very straightforward. He turned around and disappeared into the depths of the universe. "Dao brother, your divine aura is contained and your immortal bones are growing. That is most likely the indestructible golden body, right? Why don't you come down and have a chat?" Dao Yi smiled. Blazing light surged. The ancient imperial formation on the planet actually extended. Many great Dao runes flew up. This wasn't a formation diagram, but it was an extension of its divine might. It was similarly terrifying. Yi Fan also smiled and said, "It is fate that we meet. Dao brother is so kind, how can I not accept? Boom. He wore a 5-colored divine armor that was many times stronger than before. This was the supreme armor of a saint king, and now, it had fallen into his hands. This was naturally the result of his activities on the Eternal Lord planet. Then, Yi Fan held a green cauldron that was mottled with rust and pressed down on the imperial runes. The bronze cauldron was stimulated and pressured. Green light surged from it and it began to counterattack. This is... Dao Yi revealed an expression of shock for the first time. He lost his previous calmness. This kind of aura was like an ocean. It was definitely an imperial weapon that could cut open a portion of the formation diagram. The two ancient imperial weapons combined would definitely be able to cut open a path of survival. All of his arrangements would be for naught and all of his previous efforts would be wasted. Dao Yi's expression was solemn and he could no longer remain calm. Dao brother, my body is unwell and I need celestial medicine to heal. Let's make a deal. Can you lend me your ancient tree of life? Yi Fan said with a serious expression. Chapter 1240. Dao Yi's expression froze. He didn't expect a third emperor weapon to appear. This would turn the situation around. Was he really going to fail at the last moment? Dao brother, my body is really unwell and I have no choice but to do this. Lend me the life tree and I will leave immediately. I will return it to you next time. Yi Fan had a sincere expression. Dao Yi revealed a worried expression. He didn't want to give in and wanted to stall for time. However, Yi Fan didn't give him the chance. He pressed down with the green cauldron and was about to endanger the formation. Seeing this, Yan Qi spoke while fighting, Dao friend, you helped me escape. I will repay you generously. From now on, you and the Fire Qilin Cave will be friends forever. Senior, don't panic. I will save you. Yi Fan pressed down on the green cauldron again. The hazy light was terrifying but he knew his limits and didn't get involved. He said, my abilities are low and I don't have any techniques. Why don't Senior teach me an ancient emperor's secret divine technique to break through the formation? Yan Qi was filled with hatred. He had already lowered his stance, but this madman was still taking advantage of the situation to give him pressure. The Fire Qilin's eyes were filled with killing intent. However, Yi Fan ignored him and didn't even look at him. Dao brother, I have internal injuries and urgently need celestial medicine. If you don't help me, then forget it. I don't want to live anymore. I will use this ancient emperor formation to bury my body. Yi Fan said fiercely. The green cauldron shone brightly and surged with essence energy. It fell down dozens of feet and destroyed many ancient Emperor Dao symbols. This was the divine might of the formation. Even though it didn't harm the main body, if this continued, the green cauldron would really crash into the formation. Dao Yi no longer had a smile on his face. This was the first time in his life that he was threatened like this. He sighed inwardly at himself for provoking him at the last moment. He actually provoked an ancient emperor weapon. A miserable cry rang out. Another saint died. He came from the mixed sky race, a member of the 10 great ancient king clans. His magic power was heaven-reaching. Dao friend, I will teach you a divine technique called the Qilin Slash. It can kill gods. Listen carefully. Yan Qi could no longer hold it in. The ancient saints who followed him were all people worthy of his protection. It was truly regrettable that they died like this. All right, I'm all ears. Yi Fan smiled. Slow down. Dao Yi spoke, making a choice. A tender branch appeared in his hand, about a foot long. At the same time, Yan Qi sent a soul sense into Yi Fan's ears, informing him of a secret technique. Yi Fan sneered in his heart. Did Yan Qi really think that he could be bullied? This secret technique was extraordinary, but it had a flaw. This was the conclusion that the Battle Saint technique had quickly deduced. Dao Yi was very straightforward. With a flash of green light, the branch rushed into the sky and appeared in Yi Fan's palm. A string of twigs that looked like they were made of jade was sparkling and translucent, glowing brilliantly. At the same time, Yan Qi, the great sage, held the divine staff and rushed into the sky along the trail of the tender branch. He wanted to use this route to escape. However, the opponent was also a great sage. He was unstoppable and entangled him, forcing him back. Obviously, he couldn't escape. Dao brother is just too petty. You have a tree of life, yet you only gave me such a small branch. It can only treat external injuries, not enough to treat my Dao injuries. Yi Fan said with a sigh. Brother Yi, you should learn to be content. Dao Yi revealed an unhappy expression. I also only have a branch. I don't have the real tree of life. It was lost in the depths of the universe. Sigh, if that's the case, my injuries are difficult to heal. But who is willing to die? Dao brother, please give me a slightly thicker branch. Yi Fan said. Dao Yi was depressed. This was the first time in his life that he wanted to beat someone up. This indestructible golden body was really asking for a beating. Especially after seeing how serious and sincere he was, Dao Yi really wanted to send him flying with a slap. Dao Yi had set up a trap to kill great sage Yan Qi. Nothing could go wrong, or else the consequences would be unimaginable. If Yan Qi escaped, there would be destructive revenge in the future. He was a bit depressed. Why did he provoke such a troublemaker at the last moment? He stared at Yi Fan with a dark expression. The bright smile from before could no longer be seen. Another miserable shriek was heard. Another ancient saint fell. He was cut into two by the formation and his blood dyed the sky red. Yan Qi was anxious. Dao friend, why didn't you fulfill your promise? I have already taught you a divine technique. Yi Fan's eyes were cold. He stared at him and said, I don't dare to learn your divine technique. I am afraid that I will turn into Dao. Fine, I will teach you another technique. It is absolutely safe. This is the ultimate divine technique of the ancient emperors. Yan Qi shouted. He was shocked. He didn't expect Yi Fan to be so terrifying. In such a short period of time, he deduced the hidden injuries of that technique. Dao Yi opened his mouth and his divine voice rumbled. Are you not afraid that I will leave the fire Qilin as a hostage and release Yan Qi to kill you? If I dare to do this, then I naturally have a way to protect myself. Moreover, if you do that, then everything will be for naught. I believe that as the great sage of a race, he won't be stupid enough to be threatened by you after obtaining his freedom. Yi Fan smiled faintly. What if I fight against you? Dao Yi became incomparably forceful. His holy might overflowed into the heavens, stirring up 10,000 layers of waves that directly entered the cosmos. Within the formation, the fire Qilin's expression changed. He clenched his fists and a torch-like radiance shot out from his eyes. You can come and give it a try. Yi Fan was extremely domineering. Divine light erupted as he said, I just happen to need a powerful saint to fight against. What you need is a powerful saint and not an ancient prince who has become a saint. Dao Yi's eyes were deep as he stared straight into his heart. Yi Fan smiled. He weighed the green copper cauldron in his hands and then smashed it down with a ferocious clang. The entire formation diagram trembled violently. Perhaps it really could be cut open. Fine, Dao friend has helped me break free. The fire Qilin cave will definitely reward you generously. We will walk the path of immortality together. Yan Qi said. The fire Qilin bit his lips until blood seeped out. He didn't say a single word. Today was a type of humiliation for him. He would rather die in battle than beg for mercy. He glared at the great sage Yan Qi. Fine, I'll lend you a piece of the life tree. Use it to treat your injuries. After Dao Yi made his decision, he didn't hesitate at all. He broke off a branch that took up a third of the tree and tossed it out with a shake of his hand. Yi Fan circulated the army symbol formula and held it in his palm. After holding it, his entire body felt extremely comfortable. He was wrapped within a powerful wave of life energy. Fine, Dao friend is decisive in doing things, making one feel extremely happy. Let's part ways here. The mountains will not change and the rivers will continue to flow. I look forward to seeing you again in the future. Yi Fan said. Dao Yi's face immediately darkened when he heard Yan Qi speak like a bandit among mortals. It's best if we don't meet again. Yi Fan waved his hand and walked towards the ship. It seemed like he was going to leave on it. However, his entire body suddenly disappeared. He entered the green cauldron and drove it towards the formation diagram. Dao Yi's expression changed. Good, Dao friend is indeed considerate. You and I both come from the Big Dipper, so we should be of the same breath and branch and support each other. Yan Qi laughed loudly. However, he was soon stunned. The green cauldron passed by the formation diagram and didn't crash into it. It tore through the void above the planet and disappeared in an instant. Dao Yi nodded as if he understood. He didn't stop it as it passed through the city. What is this? The 2 or 3 ancient saints beside Yan Qi were in despair. During this process, a large net appeared in the distance. It enveloped Yi Fan's cosmos mothership and covered the entire starry sky. If Yi Fan had walked in this direction just now, he would have walked right into the trap and definitely been captured. No one expected him to go in the opposite direction, passing through the ancient emperor formation and escaping just like that. This was a brilliant net that seemed to be forged from the stars in the sky. Strand after strand of divine splendor flickered about. Every strand of the net was like a river of stars that covered half the cosmos. The younger generation these days really are more slippery than the last. They're all so hard to catch. In the void, an elder sighed and gloomily collected the net. It was precisely the old mercenary Huobai. He didn't reveal his true body and hid in the darkness. After watching for a while, he left into the distance and said, "Sai, I really didn't expect him to have an immortal cauldron on him. I actually missed him." Yi Fan needed to fight, but not here. The 2 great sage were here, each with an extreme Dao imperial weapon and the ancient emperor formation diagram. If he fell into this place, he would definitely die. Moreover, the deities had suffered greatly here and most likely wouldn't let the matter rest. They might retaliate at any time, so it wasn't good to stay here for long. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. I thought I was the oriole, but who would have thought that there would be an old mercenary? This damned old thing is actually a vicious fellow. Yi Fan cursed. Following the fall of the first king race's saint, only the fire Qilin was left by great sage Yan Qi's side. The others had all died. This old one is going to stake it all against you. Yan Qi roared angrily. He ignited his own life energy and sacrificed the Qilin staff. At this moment, the blue divine radiance could be seen even from the endless distance. It was many times more resplendent than stars. It streaked across the sky and illuminated eternally. The blue-gold divine staff cut open the cosmos and tore a corner of this incomplete ancient emperor formation diagram. Yan Qi rushed into the heavens with the fire Qilin. Half of his body was burned and his primordial spirit cracked. He paid an irrecoverable price. "You can't leave," Dao Yi said softly. He stood in place, but the formation diagram became even more terrifying. Divine radiance swept out in all directions, destroying everything. Meanwhile, the great sage wearing the Dao evolution immortal robe followed like a shadow. He locked onto Yan Qi and didn't give him a chance to escape. Immortal mist surged and killing intent surged, drowning Yan Qi within. The ancient emperor formation diagram was unmatched. It didn't need to be activated to seal the heavens. "Your Highness, I will send you away even if I have to risk my life." Yan Qi's body was covered in blood. Only his head was still intact. The rest of his body was covered in blood and was about to melt. "Yan Qi!" The fire Qilin shouted. "This time, I will become the sinner of the fire Qilin cave because I can't send the Qilin staff away. I can only send your Highness away. I need this divine staff to block them or else they will catch up to your Highness." Yan Qi coughed out large mouthfuls of blood and his eyes dimmed. Yan Qi spat out a mouthful of essence blood and then roared angrily. The divine staff had completely recovered, but the Dao evolution immortal robe was the same. It was no weaker than him and was suppressing him. At the same time, the formation diagram locked onto him. It cut his spirit and killed his primordial spirit. Yan Qi goes, "Take the Qilin staff and escape." The fire Qilin shouted. Yan Qi didn't say anything. His entire body became brighter and brighter, outshining many stars. He released the undying power and his body quickly disintegrated. The great sage's essence blood was completely evaporated. Only his head remained. It merged with the Qilin staff and his eyes were lifeless. He activated the weapon and split open a corner of the formation diagram. A void passage was shaken open and the fire Qilin was sent in. Prince, you have to live on. In the future, you can rely on your bloodline to at least become a quasi-emperor. My achievements will stop here. The Qilin staff will be obtained by them, but no one can seal it forever. An imperial weapon can't be humiliated. At most, they can use the Tao Evolution Immortal robe and the formation diagram to suppress it for a few decades. In the end, it will fly away on its own. No one can destroy the deities within the extreme Tao weapon unless Tao Yi becomes a great emperor. Prince, you have to take care of yourself. I can't protect you anymore. Prince, you have to learn from others' strong points. Someone like Tao Yi is terrifying and can live for a long time. Yan Qi's voice became weak. The fire Qilin cried out in pain. But after entering the dark void, he couldn't see or hear anything. He left the battlefield. Yan Qi's body turned into a bloody pulp. His head was also cracked and his eyes were dim. But he still fused with the Qilin staff and blocked there. Tears blurred the fire Qilin's eyes. Just now, he was still dissatisfied with Yan Qi. He was angry at Yan Qi for compromising and hated him for lowering his head to Tao Yi and Yi Fan. But in the end, everything was to save him and not to save his own life. The fire Qilin fell from the void and landed on a dead star. He grabbed his hair and knelt on the ground, letting out a heart-wrenching roar. I will become stronger. I definitely won't stop at the quasi-emperor level. He roared sorrowfully. He was like a wounded beast crying in loneliness. Chapter 1241. The great battle came to an end. Specks of Tao radiance scattered like a rain of flowers, leaving behind an indescribable sadness. The Yan Qi's body turned into a bloody pulp and his head split open. At the last moment, his dim eyes gazed in the direction of the Big Dipper with indescribable sorrow. Pooh! A beam of light streaked past and his head exploded. His primordial spirit blossomed like fireworks. The great sage of the fire Qilin cave had fallen and returned to the dust. The path of cultivators is too lonely. Only this sentence floated out, sobbing with the wind. Bloody mist lingered on the ancient star. They all belonged to saints and were mixed together, making it impossible to distinguish one from the other. Occasionally, a few white bones could be seen stained with traces of blood, telling of the endless sorrow. The battle ended and the saints of the Big Dipper were defeated. Fallen trees rustled and withered branches covered the wilderness. It was a desolate scene. The fifth divine star had become a true dead star. Clang, clang, clang. The Qilin divine staff struggled as if it was filled with sorrow. It was ice blue like a diamond and shone with tens of thousands of strands of multicolored light. Unfortunately, it couldn't escape. The divine Tao evolution robe had long since fallen off the body of the great sage and was worn on the ancient staff to suppress it. At the same time, the formation diagram also contracted and pressed down on the immortal robe. This kind of double suppression caused the Qilin divine staff to slowly calm down. The deity fell into a deep sleep and couldn't be completely revived. Daoi stood in the mountain range and didn't move for a long time. There was no joy, anger, sorrow, or joy. Human world copper furnace, we are all fighting in the flames of the mortal world. He sighed softly and his eyes regained their calmness, revealing their original brilliance. He and the great sage took action together to clean up the battlefield and refine the fifth divine star into a fist-sized crystal. It was as heavy as the heavens and could crush the universe. He put it away. At the same time, in the depths of the dark universe, the fire Qilin hugged his legs and sat in a corner within a cosmic mothership. He carried endless sorrow as he traveled alone. On the eternal main star, Luan Feng, Mi Luo and the others began a massacre. They were invincible and unstoppable. Yan Qi was defeated and the saints fell. Some of the ancient kings who didn't go to the fifth divine star were dealt with. They were surrounded and attacked from all directions. The ancestral kings of the northern Dipper races were destined to be defeated. Without the guidance of the great sage, the strongest group of people had already fallen. It was inevitable that they would lose this battle. In the outer realms, the wind and rain of blood were wretched. The Big Dipper's eternal battle finally came to an end, leaving behind many saint bones. Apart from this, the saints from outside this region were almost completely wiped out as well. They didn't obtain anything and lost their lives. After the battle, the Eternal factions didn't feel any joy. They deeply understood how terrifying Big Dipper was. Was it over just like that? No one could say for sure. Leave the Eternal Star domains. Some of the great clans were prepared for the worst. They withdrew some of their troops from this place and sent them far away. Sorrowful cries rang through the eastern wasteland. The ancient races were greatly shaken, not daring to believe this reality. Even the Flame Qilin died, and the ancient imperial weapon was seized by someone. A few of the smaller clans only had a single ancestral saint. For the sake of a share of the spoils, they went on expeditions, but in the end, they declined, triggering great grief. This was a desolate reign that threw the northern Dipper eastern wasteland into chaos. Many people could not accept this result. The ancient races roared angrily. This battle ended. Only the 9 Phoenix King, Qilin Heavenly King, Bull Demon King, and a few other experts returned. News of their defeat spread through all clans. What a pity! So many heroes were buried in foreign lands. Not even the great sage Yen Qilin was able to return alive. This is an unendurable loss. So many people died in this expedition into the Eternal. The price is too great. Everyone sighed, especially Fire Qilin Cave. Killing intent surged, wishing they could scatter the endless flames of war across the Eternal. They were going to carry out the final expedition. The Flame Qilin fell, and so did many experts. Even now, the Flame Qilin child still hadn't returned. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The defeat was too thorough. It was too miserable. The path of immortality is about to open. I wonder how many more people are willing to carry out this expedition. The Eternal was a bone that was difficult to chew. Right now, everyone was making preparations for immortality. They weren't willing to waste their accumulations from ancient times until now. How can it end like this? My Primordial Lake and Blood Phoenix Mountain are willing to demand an explanation for all of you. The archaic emperor race was extremely powerful. Someone stood out, wanting to carry out the third expedition and establish a brilliant reputation. They weren't willing to die like this. On the Eternal Lord Star, Dao Yi stood on a broken mountain. Leaves fluttered about everywhere. He looked towards the dusky sky and said softly, "A great disaster is coming. Your Highness, let's go." The great sage who had fought against the Yen Qilin said. He stood behind him with his hands at his side. Dao Yi said, "The Eternal will lose. Their strength is far from being able to compare to the Big Dipper. With the Emperor Dao's immortal might, defending for a few years shouldn't be a problem. Maybe they can even lure the deities over. So what if they can defend for 10, 100 years? In the end, they will still be trampled over." The Big Dipper gathered the descendants of the emperors of this cosmos. The great sage sighed. Dao Yi laughed and said, "Maybe it won't be that bad. Maybe there will be a shocking change in a few years. The Big Dipper's path of immortality is about to open. If it really does appear, who would care about this place?" The collision between the star fields paused for a moment. Both sides were very depressed and almost suffocated. They knew that there would be an even more terrifying storm next time. "Your Highness, you don't have time to waste. It's time to take that path," the great sage reminded. Dao Yi nodded and said, "Yes, time is tight. I also want to see what kind of experts I will meet along the way. They will train me to the peak." The strongest races in this cosmos all have their own ancestral path. But different paths lead to the same destination. In the end, they will all converge together. Your Highness doesn't know who you will meet. Do you think this path is more important or the path of immortality? Dao Yi asked with a smile. The path of immortality is the change that the ancient emperors have been waiting for. This ancient path can make people stronger. It is said that there will be an extreme change at the end. In the end, those who pass will prove their Dao. I also don't know which path is more important. Yi Fan's plan came to fruition. It triggered the 10-year battle between the Big Dipper Ancestral King and the Eternal Experts. This was a painting that was paved with blood and bones. The fifth stage of the evolution liquid was successfully refined. Its fragrance filled the air, causing the new heavenly village to boil. This undoubtedly had a far-reaching effect. It gave the celestial court enough confidence to deal with the changes in the future. However, Yi Fan was still deeply worried. The greatest change since the ancient times was about to appear. Would the path of immortality open? He didn't know what would be left of this world after this battle. Would old friends be able to meet again? Yi Fan suggested that the celestial court stay far away from the Big Dipper ancestral king and the Eternal. They should separate themselves from the battlefield and endure 100 years of loneliness. Golden wheat fields, lakes with beautiful scales leaping out. This was the season of harvest. Yi Fan sat at the edge of the field and listened to the rustling sounds. His heart was at peace. Fight, 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 kill, 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 kill. Too many people have died. After withdrawing from the Eternal, he felt a bit tired. However, this was the path of a cultivator, going against the flow through hardships and hardships. He brought out a jade cauldron that contained the fifth stage of the evolution liquid. He drank some of it and poured the rest over his body to refine it. He didn't want to use this to become a saint, but he inadvertently discovered that the barrier of his divine domain far exceeded that of an ordinary person. It was shockingly sturdy and difficult to break through. Yi Fan wasn't worried and instead laughed. Then he would use his astonishing accumulation to break through. When the time came, he would shatter in one go and become a saint. He used the fifth stage of the evolution liquid to refine his body, but it couldn't help him achieve the Tao and become a saint. This left Qi Luo puzzled no matter how much he thought about it. It was because this was useful to him. For an entire year, he spent most of his time in meditation. Occasionally, he would wander about the mountains, rivers, and fields to dissolve his killing intent. He flipped through the natural great Tao and comprehended his own body's secrets. During this process, he opened up the treasures in his body one after another. Things like accumulating stars in his blood, transforming into a deity in his bones, and creating the Tao with a single thought. All of these things increased his fighting strength. After a year of meditation and comprehension, Yi Fan finally set off again. This time, he brought Longma along and was no longer traveling alone. It was said that this was an ancient path of the starry skies. Even emperors who achieved the Tao would come here to contend for supremacy when they were young. As such, it wasn't too eye-catching for him to ride on a mount that only ancient emperors could possess. The most important thing was that Longma's brain had spasmed. This time, he no longer resisted and insisted on following Yi Fan no matter what. He said that he wanted to prove his Tao and become a great emperor first before returning on Yi Fan's back. Of course, this kind of shameless words was met with a large golden palm that almost crushed him. Withered vines, old trees, dusky crows, small bridges, flowing water, people, west wind, skinny horse, setting sun. The little Baldy randomly sent them off in the distance. Am I skinny? Eating a few saints isn't a problem. Longma snorted. He stepped into the starry skies and thus disappeared into the distance. In the heavenly village, everyone sent him off and silently waved their hands. It was unknown how many years it would be before they met again. GZ and the Sacred Prince also went on their way in the following years. They walked on their own path of tempering themselves on the Emperor's path and thus disappeared. Big Dipper's winds and clouds changed irregularly. Many saints descended, and it was rumored that the Golden Crow race's crown prince also arrived. This caused a huge commotion in the entire starry sky, and all clans came to pay their respects. Then, people came from ancient heaven-reaching star and an exceptional expert descended from ancient North Star. The disturbances on the path of immortality became more and more intense. Unfortunately, all of this had nothing to do with Yi Fan. From then on, this starry sky only had his legend and no one would be able to see him in person again. 10 years. Yi Fan left for 10 years. He rode on Longma and advanced alone along the ancient path. He followed the footsteps of those who came before him and walked on the path of refinement for the most powerful experts. He left Big Dipper and crossed into eternity. There were endless dangers along the way, bloody battles unending. He fought his way through. The difficulties he encountered, the terror of experts unknown to outsiders. Even someone as powerful as him encountered accidents several times, almost dying. After 10 years of travel, he didn't even know where he ended up. He saw the ant race's holy king, fought against the stone-ruined saint, fought against the spirit race's survivors, cut down thistles and thorns, moving through the sun and moon. These were 10 years of exhaustion, but also 10 years of harvest. He witnessed experts one after another, encountered thousands to tens of thousands of secret methods, erasing all of the side effects of using the evolutionary liquid. Along the way, he left behind an undefeated legend. Even Longma's might shook the other side, establishing a great reputation. The journey was long. After 10 years of traveling through the starry sky, he didn't see a single ancient star with life in the truest sense. At most, it was a small world on a withered star. Meanwhile, there were some clans that didn't need life force, able to survive in the desolation, for example, the stone-ruined saint. After 10 years of great battles, the baptism of blood and flames, Yi Fan's heart became as firm as steel, stepping onto his own path. 10 years of turbulence. Eternal Lord Star was almost destroyed, the great clan's losses severe. If not for a white-haired individual with a black sword on his back appearing, a cold sword radiance cutting down the 10 ancient clans, this place might have already become a desolate wasteland. Chapter 1242. Eternal and half-crippled, the number of dead was unknown. There were saints whose bones were crushed in their homes. This was the tragic end of the 10 years of bitter war. The originally flourishing main star had now become a land of destruction. Of course, the ancient race had also left behind many corpses, and no signs of human habitation could be seen for tens of thousands of miles. The white-haired expert's cold sword light pierced through the 9 heavens, sweeping away the 10 ancient races. He didn't stop and left with the black sword on his back, leaving behind a legend. The ancient race's losses weren't small, but their gains were also great. They broke through many holy lands and brought back many precious evolutionary liquids that had been sealed since ancient times. It seemed like they had returned from a rewarding journey, but the difficulties they had gone through weren't known to outsiders. They ushered in a period of rapid progress. Bloodline inheritances, evolutionary liquids, and other things created a period of glory. In the Big Dipper star field, the myriad races cried out in unison. Many sages descended, and many resplendent heroes rose up, creating many legends. Yi Fan left, but his disciple, Yi Tong, appeared out of nowhere. He streaked across like a comet, illuminating the earth and perpetuating his legend. This was because every time Yi Tong won a battle, people would think of the human race's sacred physique. This was his disciple, the continuation of his glory. Leaves fell, grass and trees fell in autumn, and the stars changed. No matter how brilliant a halo was, there would be a day when it would fade and be forgotten in the long river of time. The Big Dipper entered the Warring States era. Sages continuously poured in, and their disciples also arrived, entering a new golden age. If this continued, Yi Fan would also be gradually forgotten by people. One after another, resplendent sacred stars appeared. They came from the Skirich, Hwasung, North Star, and many other ancient lands in the outer realms. Time was just so heartless. The rise of saints and the birth of legends caused many things in the past to fade. In the cold universe, the darkness was boundless. A lone traveler tasted loneliness in silence. One man and one horse passed through star fields after star fields. Although there were many dangers, Yi Fan's will was firm and unshakable. The dragon horse had also become silent. It was no longer as impatient as it had been in the past. There was a calmness to it, and it was less anxious. During the 10 years of conquest, if one didn't advance, they would retreat. If they advanced, they would be bathed in blood. Along the way, Yi Fan had encountered many accidents, and Longma had almost died several times. When will it end? Longma said softly as it carried Yi Fan along. They arrived at another dead star and observed their surroundings vigilantly. That was because they had suffered greatly before. Once, when they had just walked out of the star door, they were killed by a Saint Ant King due to carelessness. They almost died, but they managed to escape with great difficulty and recuperated for a long time. Yi Fan was silent. He didn't know when the ancient path would end either. 10 years of exhaustion, 10 years of harvest. His Tao heart remained unmoved, his will like steel, already adapting to all of this. Another grave. Longma carried Yi Fan on its back. It sprinted across the ancient star and arrived in front of a small mound of earth. There was a stone tablet standing alone with a few lines of words engraved on it. They were bold and forceful. Tomb of God King Jianghu. Just this character alone recorded the fall of a generation's heroes. There were many corpses on the path of the most powerful trial by fire. Many people fell on the road. This should be a monument and grave from tens of thousands of years ago. It was about to collapse because the last bit of sealing power had disappeared. Is this kind of price worth it? What exactly are we searching for? Longma spat out an expanse of flames and raised its head towards the sky. In this place, Yi Fan and the others didn't encounter any dangers. There were strange beast skeletons on this planet that were as large as mountains, but they had long been extinct. Another 2 months passed by in a flash. They killed a group of terrifying specter-like soul bodies and their primordial spirits were tormented. They charged through a hell-like dead star and finally found a turning point. They found out from the consciousness of a specter saint that there were creatures in the depths of the cosmos ahead. Moreover, they were humans, no longer a dangerous place. There was no better news than this. The dry and dull journey was finally about to end. This made the man and horse feel a wave of excitement. I've had enough. How are we charging through the heavenly path? We're going through hell. The entire star is filled with soul bodies. The entire star is filled with bone spirits. This isn't a human suffering. Longma's body was covered in wounds. This had long since become a normal thing. During the 10 years of bloody battles, even Yi Fan had half of his body chopped off by others. Meanwhile, Longma's primordial spirit had been captured by others. If we don't become saints, we might lose our lives at any time while walking on this path. I wonder how they are now. Yi Fan muttered. Ji Clan's Little Moon, Southern Demon siblings, Central Emperor, Pang Bo, and the others had all stepped onto this path. However, he had still seen some traces left behind by them a long time ago. Let's go! Yi Fan gazed into the depths of the cosmos. There was no turning back since a long time ago. No matter how dangerous the path ahead was, even if it was the netherworld, he still had to give it a try. A man and a horse advanced in the desolate cosmos. After more than 10 days, they used the small-scaled 5-colored sacrificial altar to traverse several times. Finally, they found a special path. We've charged out. We've finally reached our destination. Longma stood up. The horse neighed like thunder. The sturdiness of its divine sense and the intensity of its fluctuations made the meteorites in the surroundings rumble. The horse stepped through the starry domain. After 10 years, it slaughtered out a bloody path and arrived at a starry sky. This place was no longer a dead star. There was a stone tablet leading the way. Longma left behind a streak of fiery light. It carried Yi Fan and leapt into the heavens, trampling the cosmos until it trembled. After running for 2 days, they saw dozens of ancient tablets along the way. They pointed forward. During this process, they saw a few people in succession. They felt a type of vitality and were no longer as deathly silent. Auho, the savage beast roared. It was released through divine sense and there was surging blood energy. It was as if a group of prehistoric vicious beasts were galloping over, causing the starry sky to tremble. Yi Fan was astonished. He saw a few humans coming over from different directions. In the end, they converged on this path. Many of them were riding mutated beasts that were as large as small mountains. Some were like Qilong and some were flood dragon-devouring beasts. They had towering horns and thick scales. Killing intent surged. One could tell with a single glance that they had experienced the baptism of life and death. Yi Fan and Longma slowed down and paid close attention. After advancing for another half a day, they would occasionally see these kinds of people. There were also beautiful and otherworldly women riding on wands, elegant and spirited. Are these all the people who stepped onto the ancient path of the most powerful trials? Where did they come from? Yi Fan thought to himself. There were actually so many people. He had already seen no less than 100 along the way. Why did they all rush over at this moment? Could it be that there were some special unforeseen events? Even Longma was shocked. Were there many ancient stars with life in the starry sky? That wasn't quite possible. They had barged through many star domains and hadn't seen a single one. Get lost. The armored cavalry behind shook the starry sky. An explosive sound rang through the air. 13 riders rode side by side, all of them wearing Saint clothes and flickering with cold metallic light. It was as if a steel flood was crushing over. These mounts were all mutant species from the Great Wastelands. Every single one of them was rare in this world. They were like ancient Pishio beasts, majestic and valiant, looking down on the heavens. There were also 9-headed divine pythons that were brightly colored. They were the descendants of the ancient serpent emperor. There was even an azure dragon that could call the wind and summon the rain. This was simply like a group of celestial generals that roared through the world, chasing after the stars and chasing after the moon. They were omnipotent. Their blood pressure covered the heavens, terrifying to the extreme. Especially at the center, the man sitting on top of a silver-white ancient wolf was even more extraordinary. His upper body was bare, and he was like a hawk looking down on the wolf. His eyes were even more dazzling than a divine lamp. And even though his mount was an old wolf and not a mutant beast, it had become a saint and was a true saint beast. Get lost. These 13 riders rushed over, fast as lightning and ferocious like a tsunami. Their blood energy smashed against the other shore, shaking the entire place. Moreover, each and every one of them was wild and untamed, their tone infuriating. Longma stopped and dodged to the side, preparing for a great battle. Yi Fan watched indifferently, sitting on top without moving. The starry sky was trampled apart. The 13 riders rushed over, but they didn't stop. They left into the distance like a hurricane, leaving behind a violent wave. Longma was infuriated, feeling as if his fist had landed on cotton. He was already prepared to fight, but in the end, these 13 riders didn't stop and directly rushed over. Yi Fan was also surprised. He had no fear. Since this was the most powerful ancient road of training in history, there would definitely be a great clash between experts. He had long since made mental preparations, but he still couldn't fight. Right at this time, a delicate and pretty scholar with a feather fan rushed over from behind. Dao patterns appeared under his feet, and he crossed 1,000 zhang with a single step. He shook his head and said with a hint of contempt, "There are many corpses on the Emperor's path since ancient times. With me, I am unrivaled. No one will retreat for the sake of others." After that, another golden-winged celestial peng flew over, carrying a middle-aged woman. She coldly glanced over and said, "There is fear in your heart and you should make way for others. Why did you come here? You might as well turn around and return." Woof! Longma lost its mind from anger and actually let out a dog bark. One could see that it was deeply affected by the Black Emperor and was now enraged. It knew that it had done something wrong. It originally wanted to fight, but in the end, it became a coward on this path. It didn't know that there were so many things to pay attention to. Dao brother, there should be no need to fear the experts on this path. The competition is bitter, and everyone is an opponent. There are many who use their auras to suppress others before the battle has even begun. You don't have to take it to heart. A skinny youth kindly informed and hurriedly left. This seat has even barged through hell, so why would I be afraid of them? We will meet again on the road. Longma had a belly full of anger. It was already furious that someone told it to scram, and now, it was ridiculed by the people behind it. It almost howled. Yi Fan didn't say anything. His gaze was clear, and he didn't waste any more time. Longma let out a neigh and transformed into blood lightning, rushing into the depths of the starry sky. The stone tablet disappeared, and so did the road sign. The group of people ahead increased, and everyone had their own auras and pressure. One could tell that they were all heroes with a single glance and that they weren't ordinary people. That is, Longma's large eyes revealed radiance. Its anger disappeared, and it stared forward in a somewhat stupefied manner. Yi Fan was also shocked. He didn't expect to see this kind of irregular scene. In this cosmos, there was a grand and enormous city situated in front of them. It was a grand and magnificent scene. Dragon cries and phoenix cries could be heard, and it stretched across the stars and moon, undying through the ages. Everyone stopped here, no longer advancing forward. They gazed at this ancient city from afar. It possessed a boundless atmosphere, and there was an undying power flowing through it. An ancient city under the starry sky. Many people revealed expressions of shock. It was extremely majestic and mysterious. It wasn't situated on a planet, but rather directly suspended in the starry sky of the cosmos, receiving the baptism of starlight. It was an extremely impactful sight. It occupied an extremely vast area, and the city walls were like mountain ridges, extending endlessly. The city towers were tall and majestic, and a pair of thick and heavy city gates were closed. It was as if it could stop a magnificent army, as well as saints from ancient times. Chapter 1243. Moonlight sprinkled down and starlight poured down like a waterfall. Silver-white rivers of stars hung down, making the entire ancient city seem grand and mysterious. It could even be called a divine land. All around, wild beasts roared and strange birds circled about. Some were as large as mountains, their wings covering the skies. Each and every one of them occupied an area. All of them were ancient species. The tyrannical horned dragon, the divine deer with purple wings wrapped in lightning, the ancient bird that was chewing on a green flood dragon, all of them were mounts. These were all top experts of their respective regions. In front of the ancient city, everyone was silent. Only the cries of vicious birds and beasts could be heard. The ancient city was filled with an incomparably oppressive feeling. Yi Fan frowned. He could feel an ancient and domineering aura. This giant city gave off a vast and boundless feeling, as if it had existed since time immemorial and told the entire history of the human race. It's already impossible to determine when the city was built or what era it came from. It is known as the strongest trial of the human race, the first trial. Someone said in a low voice. Yi Fan learned that there were many, tiny ancient roads in the universe, all of them leading to the main road of the final trial. This was a node that was like a great dam that unified the paths of human experts. In front of this majestic city, there were over 290 people, all of them alone. Each one of them was the main character of their area, all of them outstanding individuals. There are quite a few people here. Are there many stars with life in this star field? Longmo was startled as he looked all around. Not a single one of them was weak, and there were even some people whose mounts had become saints. They dominated an area with awe-inspiring might. After arriving here, Yi Fan saw the 13 riders again. It was clear that they were extremely powerful and dominated an area. No one was willing to provoke them. The 13 riders also saw them. Several of them sneered, not thinking much of them and looking down on the crowd with disdain. They are the 13 heavenly wasteland steeds. They come from an ancient star field and their strength is unfathomably deep. I heard that they fought bloody battles along the way and were invincible. Even the guide envoy was alerted. Yi Fan earnestly listened. He had arrived here alone and hadn't encountered any competitors, so he needed to understand the situation. What is the identity of the guide? There were quite a few cultivators who didn't know much about the ancient trial path and asked the people around them. The guide envoys are the protectors of the human race's first pass. They are in charge of the 6 directions and are here to guide the people of all sides into the city, informing them of the path ahead. In a sense, this was the starting point of the ancient road of the strongest trials. Only those who reached this point had the qualifications to participate in the following battles. The experts who were defeated along the way and died in the starry sky couldn't see this giant city at all. This was an important city that welcomed all rivers into the sea, and heroes from all over gathered here. Only after entering the pass could one continue forward. 13 riders. I'll have a taste of them, Longma said coldly. Some of the people on the side immediately moved aside, unwilling to stay with this man and his mount. Right now, no one wanted to make enemies from all sides. Of course, not everyone was afraid of the 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland. Many mutants occupied their own areas, their eyes deep as they quietly waited for their guide. Nothing could move their hearts. Yi Fan was puzzled. Why were there so many people? Were they all from different star fields? Just how many ancient stars with life were there? It was truly shocking. A cold snort transmitted over. A golden-winged heavenly peng descended from the sky, and there was a woman sitting cross-legged on it. She was a middle-aged Taoist nun with average looks, but her temperament was extraordinary. One could tell with a single glance that she was an expert. Yi Fan frowned. He had seen this woman on the way here, and she had treated him coldly before. She said that he should just turn back and not participate in the strongest trials. Even though the golden-winged ping had shrunk its body, it was still several zhang long. Its entire body was golden and resplendent, vigorous and powerful. The instant it descended, a tyrannical aura surged. This was the release of divine might. There were 8 or 9 people in the surroundings who couldn't help but fall back. The strange beasts beneath them cried out, feeling a type of pressure. They were forced back by a powerful domain, and their expressions couldn't help but change. The middle-aged Taoist nun hadn't even taken action yet, but her mount already made people feel intimidated. It suppressed some people's auras, and they couldn't resist it. Yi Fan was also in this position. He watched coldly from the side and didn't express anything. Longma's 4 legs were like iron pillars, not moving in the slightest. It looked coldly at the heavenly peng. If it dared to force its way over, it definitely wouldn't hesitate to fight. It didn't act rashly. After all, this was the human race's first trial, and many people were watching. Stepping out at this time definitely wasn't a good thing. It would be targeted by everyone. Of course, if the other party dared to take the initiative to offend it, then that was a different matter. Longma would retaliate with the most violent methods. The golden-winged heavenly peng landed and gave this side a provocative look. Its wings shone with brilliance as it slowly folded its wings. Its aura was extremely great. You haven't even become a saint yet you dare put on airs in front of this great one. Longma snorted. Its killing intent wasn't concealed at all. It was no longer as impetuous as before and was now extremely calm. The Taoist nun gave this side a cold look. It was clear that she didn't want to become the center of attention right after arriving at the human race's first trial. That would be extremely disadvantageous for her in the future, and she would definitely be viewed as a competitor who could threaten her. She comforted the golden-winged heavenly peng, telling it not to act rashly and to wait for the moment to enter the city. Yi Fan faced it calmly from beginning to end, and Longma didn't press forward either. Both sides were at peace with each other, occupying a favorable position. After waiting for an entire day and night, no fighting broke out in this place. Everyone was very restrained, and during this process, there were a few more people. Most of them came from the depths of the star domain and gathered here. In the end, there were actually over 400 people. This was an astonishing number. Yi Fan didn't quite believe that there were so many ancient stars with life. This didn't conform to the situation he knew. Here, he could only act as a listener and pay attention to the conversations of some people. This didn't conform to the situation he knew. Here, he could only act as a listener and pay attention to the conversations of some people. Through this understanding, he indeed gained some benefits not long after. The human race's first trial opens once every 1/2 to 5 years. The number of people this time is a bit greater. A large man with a curly beard spoke. Yi Fan was stunned. So it was like this. No wonder so many people gathered here. It turned out that there might be another opening day in the next few days. Many people had already stayed here for more than half a year. Even though it's an opening day, we might not necessarily let them in. I've heard that only a seed-level expert can enter, and as a result, we might have to wait for 5 years. Oh, that's true. Quite a few fierce fellows have come this time, and there are guests from several ancient star domains. The 13 steeds of Heaven Wasteland aren't the only outstanding ones. At the very least, there are several groups of competitors, and this is only what we know. In the end, a total of 437 people hurried to the human race's first trial, facing this boundless giant city. Enter. Finally, a divine will transmitted over. It resounded like a great bell, shaking many people until their bones trembled and their blood surged. They revealed expressions of shock. The ancient city gate creaked open. It was incomparably heavy. This was a giant city that towered in the starry sky, and there was an environment suitable for humans to live in. The 437 cultivators either urged their mounts or walked forward. Not a single one of them was calm. The ancient city emitted an archaic aura. It was built from grayish-brown boulders, and it was majestic and intimidating. There were people guarding it. There weren't many soldiers, and they all wore cold armor with a metallic luster. Their halberds could split the sky, and their spears could cut through the air. They were like a group of heavenly soldiers, glaring at everyone like tigers watching their prey. They had a wave of killing intent, as if they had fought in many star fields and killed countless experts. Now, they were guarding this place, preventing others from offending them. They were like a group of vicious beasts hibernating here. A commotion broke out during the process of entering the city. The strong would always be strong, and they wouldn't retreat for the sake of others. In particular, they wouldn't cower on this path of becoming a great emperor. 8 or 9 groups of peak experts appeared, and they were all extremely powerful in their respective regions. They forced others to retreat and make way for them. It was clear that the 13 steeds of heaven wasteland was a force at the peak, making the people around them feel like they were suffocating. 13 savage beasts roared, and then they stepped through the air, disappearing into the distance like a flood. A few of them sneered, and then they swept their eyes in Yi Fan's direction. If not for there being close to 100 cultivators between them, a battle would have most likely broken out between them. What are you acting so arrogant for? This one will fight against you all. Longma spoke. There was a powerful individual every few dozen people, making others not dare approach. They moved out of the way, and powerful battle intent pervaded the air. Unsurprisingly, there were also people who claimed supremacy here in Yi Fan's group. They wanted to seize the main path and shake the Tao hearts of the other competitors. It had to be said that the middle-aged Taoist nun was extremely powerful. Her battle intent overflowed in all directions, making everyone feel like they were suffocating. The cultivators in all directions couldn't endure it, continuously backing up. The golden-winged heavenly prung she sat on was even more wild and untamed, looking down on everyone. Its golden wings flickered, and golden divine radiance tore apart the sky. It was incomparably powerful. The people in this region all retreated, and only Yi Fan's mount remained. Moreover, Longma began to move, heading towards the city gate. The middle-aged Taoist nun's eyes were cold. The golden-winged heavenly prung beneath her flourished with divine radiance, its entire body dazzling. It turned into a streak of golden lightning and chased after them. It unfolded a pair of enormous wings that hid the sky and covered the earth. Its sharp claws flickered with cold radiance as it grabbed towards Yi Fan's body, wanting to tear him apart. Longma was furious, about to retaliate. However, during this process, Yi Fan calmly took out a black spear. His body didn't move, and only the dark golden spear in his right hand pierced out coldly. It was too fast, faster than everyone's eyes, faster than everyone's reactions. A streak of black lightning pierced through the heavens. A rain of blood splashed out, and prung feathers fell. The prung only released a short and hurried wail. Yi Fan was as cold as a war god. His spear pierced through the golden heavenly pang's head, killing it on the spot. Fresh blood flowed down the black spear shaft. It was a ghastly sight. Yi Fan sat steadily on his horse's back, as steady as a boulder. The scene froze here. That was a half-holy level pung, but it was actually nailed to death in a single strike. The nearby region erupted into an uproar. Everyone was greatly alarmed. This seemingly taciturn expert definitely couldn't be provoked. The middle-aged Taoist nun rushed into the skies, avoiding the spear radiance. She revealed a furious expression, and surging battle intent tore through the sky. With a light shout, she was about to throw herself over. Loud shouts sounded from the imposing city gate tower. Those soldiers raised their halberds, iron spears, and other weapons as they coldly stared downwards. No one is allowed to cause a ruckus here. Her words were extremely forceful, intimidating everyone. It was because if they caused trouble, they might lose the qualifications to participate in the most powerful trial by fire. Pa! Yi Fan brandished his spear with one arm, pointing it towards the southern skies. The Peng's corpse was torn to pieces, and a rain of blood sprinkled down. Everyone was so shocked that they fell back. One man, one mount, rushed towards the city gate. After 10 years of battle, his battle clothes were tattered and stained with blood. Longma's body was also like this. Although they didn't have any bright and beautiful armor, they both possessed an unstoppable killing intent that intimidated everyone. One man, one mount, advanced forward. It was deathly silent in front of the majestic city. Everyone allowed them to walk towards the city gate, and no one in this region stopped them.